Hey guys, welcome to Wrestling Days. Welcome to Wrestling Days Live, and we are live for Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. So this is a massive boxing fight that we've got in store. Absolutely huge, and yeah, really looking forward to kind of watching it with you guys. I know bits about it. I've been kind of reading up about the fight. I've been reading about the whole fight card, actually. The whole fight card looks very interesting tonight. But of course, all of the hype at the moment is around Anderson Gibb and Jake Paul. So, yes, let me know in the chat. I do need to switch a few things around. But let me know in the chat which way that you think this fight is going to go. I know that the majority of people are with Anderson Gibb. I think the majority of people really do want to see him get the victory over Jake Paul. And really, whoever wins has got an opportunity, has got a chance to go up against KSI. That's what they both want. So we're going to have to wait and see as to whether they can achieve that or not. Yes, hello to everyone that's joining us. Apologies for those that are maybe joining us a little bit late because of technical difficulties. But there has been a few problems with YouTube this evening. It just seems to be that there's quite a lot of issues with YouTube. Like, they get more and more as time goes by, but yeah, we are live now, we are set up, we are running, we are underway. So as we said, we've got a few fights coming up this evening. We've got Jake Paul taking on Gibb. That fight is going to be the co-main event this evening. A lot of excitement around that fight, as you might imagine, and yeah, really am looking forward to seeing which way that is going to go. Again, let me know in the chat which way you think it's going to go, who you think is going to be victorious in that. I know that the majority of the crowd are supporting Gibb. It seemed like he was getting the better response at the press conference and at the weigh-in as well. So lots of excitement this evening for that fight. As I said, let me know who you will be supporting. We've got a little bit of time to wait until we actually get to that fight, though. That fight won't be starting for probably another hour and 45 minutes. So we have got a little bit of time before we get to that. Yeah, plenty of things to look forward to. We've actually got 3 championship matches on the card as well. So not only have we got Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb, we've also got 3 pretty major boxing world championship fights. We've got Daniel Roman taking on Akhmadaliev, and Akhmadaliev is one of the best fighters out there right now. Like, such an exciting prospect. He is a former bronze medal winner from the 2016 Olympics, and so far undefeated. 7 fights, 7 wins, 6 knockouts. He is going for the WBA and IBF junior featherweight title. We've got Farmer versus Diaz as well. That's the IBF junior lightweight title. The main event tonight is actually not Jake Paul versus Gibb. The main event tonight is Andrade taking on Keeler. That is for the WBO middleweight title. So we've got 3 title matches and that massive co-main event. I'd imagine after Jake Paul and Gibb have fought, everyone's just going to leave. I have no idea why they didn't make that the main event, because certainly that's what everyone is looking forward to. That is the fight that everyone is talking about. So, yes, lots of excitement, lots of things to talk about. As I said, let me know in the chat which way you think that it's going to go. Still got to set up a few little things before I say hello to everyone that's joining us this evening. As I say, just got a few bits and bobs that we need to tweak and change because of YouTube doing YouTube things. Yeah, we should be there or thereabouts. So let's see if we can jump over. I can see the chat still hasn't appeared on screen at the moment. When are they starting? They're not starting for a bit, my friend. They will start around an hour and 45. So still got a little bit of time to wait until we actually get to Jake Paul versus Gib. But I wanted to kind of use this time to bring people up to speed that maybe don't really know about Jake Paul, don't really know about Anderson Gib, maybe want to find out a little bit more about these guys. Because this really is a really big fight tonight. As we said, both guys want KSI. Both guys, Jake Paul in particular, obviously wants to avenge the loss that Logan Paul suffered. So I totally understand that the pressure tonight is more on Jake Paul than it is on Anderson Gib. Anderson Gib obviously doesn't have the followers that Jake Paul has. Anderson Gib is actually a heavy favourite to lose tonight. Jake Paul is far and away the favourite in the fight. Anderson Gib is not favoured to find the victory. So, yeah, it kind of feels like all the pressure is on Jake Paul. He says that pressure makes diamonds, which didn't get the greatest response from the crowd. Yeah, we're going to have to kind of wait and see how all of this plays out. My gut feeling on it is I actually think this is a very hard fight to call. I think that Jake Paul is going to be very well trained. We know that he's got Sugar Shane Mosley, one of the best fighters of all time, in his corner, training him and getting him ready for this fight. So he's had the best training that you can get, but are his emotions going to get the better of him? He's clearly the bigger fighter, although he doesn't weigh as much as Gib does. Gib is actually coming in a little bit heavier, which is good because he certainly doesn't look fat or anything like that. I think he's bringing in more muscle. I think Anderson Gib is actually bringing in more power than what Jake Paul is. It's questionable because we have seen a couple of Anderson Gib fights and he never seems to be able to put his opponent away. I don't think he will this time either. I think this has got decision written all over it. And really, I don't know which way it goes when it gets to that decision. I feel like Jake Paul's the bigger, but I do feel that Anderson Gib is going to maybe be packing a little bit more power because he weighs more. He weighs more and is shorter and smaller. So he's going to have more power. You'd think he'd have more behind his attacks. The thing is, he can leave himself open a little bit. He doesn't have the best defense. He's very wild. We've seen from his previous fights that he's just going to put a lot of pressure. He's like, they call him like the tornado. He's just going to keep moving forward. He's just going to go after Jake Paul. Can Jake Paul hang with it? That's the question. Can Jake Paul survive what Anderson Gib is going to bring? I think Jake Paul's going to have to fight on the back foot quite a lot. We haven't necessarily seen that much. We've only seen Jake Paul against Denji, and Jake Paul, definitely got ruffled a few times in that fight. Denji was much smaller than Anderson Gib is. So it's a hard one to call. We haven't really seen enough from either fighter. I can tell you that Jake Paul is actually the favourite going into this, as we said. But I wouldn't be surprised if Anderson Gib found a way. Anderson Gib has been training hard for this also. So let's see if we can. There's a picture of Jake Paul. Hello, Christopher Rogers. How you doing? Shout out to everyone that normally joins us. We are still having to just fix a few things because, as we said at the start, YouTube doing YouTube things. So there we go. We'll put that on the screen. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. In regards to the fight, let's just have a look at some of the notes that I've made in preparation for this, because I appreciate there's going to be people joining us that don't really know either of these fighters, don't really know these guys as YouTubers, don't really know what they bring. I would imagine most people have heard of Jake Paul. Jake Paul's got around 20 million subscribers. Certainly one of the biggest names on YouTube, one of the biggest names on the platform. He is wanting to get his second victory. His first, obviously, coming against KSI's brother, Denji. He wants to get his second victory. His first at professional, though. This is going to be all done in professional boxing rules. So no head guard, 10-ounce gloves, 6 3-minute rounds. It's the same as what we saw between KSI and Logan Paul 2. So this isn't being contested at like an amateur level. So this is a professional fight. The result will go on to their professional fighting record. Yeah, he desperately wants the win. He wants the win, and he will call out KSI straight after if he gets that victory. He is taking on Anderson Gibb, who has had 2 amateur fights. Anderson Gibb has got around 2 million subscribers, so he's got like 10% of the following that Jake Paul has got. But I feel that Anderson Gibb is maybe a little bit more serious about fighting, in the sense of he's been doing it for 4 years. I thought he looked very good when he was on the undercard of Logan Paul versus KSI 1. You might remember when they first fought each other in Manchester in the UK. Anderson Gibb was actually on that undercard. And I remember being very impressed when I saw him. He has a lot of energy, puts a lot of pressure on the other fighter. It's got good cardio, like comes out like a tornado, just keeps going. So this is going to be very interesting. You know, can Jake Paul find a way to hang with that? Because he's really going to have to face a lot of combos, a lot of flurry of shots. Can he get through that? I think that he will be able to hang with it, and I think he will get a few counter shots off as well. As we said, Anderson Gibb, not the best defense. Don't know what his chin is like. If he takes some clean shots on the chin from Jake Paul, where does it go then? You know, there's a lot of interesting questions. A lot of interesting questions. I think what really makes this fight even more intriguing for me, having like read up on it all, is obviously the fact we don't have a great deal to look back on. We don't have a great deal of their previous fights, because they've not had many previous fights where we can go, yeah, look, this is what he's going to look to do here, or he's done this several times before. There isn't a several times before. So a lot of this is speculation, just taking the little bits we can from the fights that they've had. I think both of them look to be in decent shape. I think that, as we said, at the weigh-in, I think Anderson Gibb came in at 188 pounds. Jake Paul was 181. So, Anderson Gibb coming in that little bit heavier, but drastically smaller. When you see them face-to-face, Jake Paul is by far the taller fighter. I think that's only good news for Anderson Gibb. I really do. Because I think that, yes, he's going to have to overcome the reach advantage that Jake Paul has got. But is Jake Paul really good enough to use that reach advantage? Is he really good enough to be able to keep Anderson at bay? I don't think he can. No way. I think that you'll see Anderson Gibb moving forward. I think that Jake Paul is going to keep trying to keep Anderson Gibb at bay. But Gibb's just going to be like a tornado. He's going to be a flurry. He's going to be coming into the pocket and throwing off shots. And I think he's just going to swarm. Absolutely swarm Jake Paul. I hate both of these people. I hope they both lose. Fair play. Fair play. I think there's quite a few people that kind of share that same opinion. To be honest, I actually think that it's not a bad thing for boxing. It's not a bad thing for the sport of boxing. They were going through the numbers and they were saying that UFC is everywhere in this day and age. The sport of boxing needs these kind of attractions to maybe bring some new people in that wouldn't have watched otherwise. So I'm not really against this. I think that there's I think it's a win-win situation for a lot of people. I think that Jake Paul seems to be talking like he loves fighting. I mean, you never know really what to believe with Jake Paul, to be fair. I never know if I'm being told the truth or not, so you have to always take it with a bit of a pinch of salt, but he's certainly saying that he respects fighting, loves fighting, and certainly wants to continue and wants that fight with KSI if he can get it. Whereas Anderson Gibb, has already been training for 4 years. He's already had a couple of amateur fights. This obviously is a big moment for him, like going up against such a high-profile opponent. But I'm not sure that it's going to be that much of a step up technically for him. It depends how much Sugar Shane Mosley has been able to really teach Jake Paul. So I keep looking at it and I keep leaning towards Anderson Gibb. The only thing I don't know is what his chin is like. I don't know when, and I'm sure it will be when Anderson Gibb gets smacked in the face by Jake Paul, what happens? Does he go down? Does he shake it off and just carry on fighting? What happens when he gets hit? Because I'm pretty sure that he will get hit. He is going to keep on moving forward, leaving himself open. And for me, I genuinely think this has got a lot of intrigue around it. I genuinely think this is going to be an interesting fight. But I know there's many people out there that feel different. There's many people out there that really don't think that these two should be facing each other on a boxing card. It should be some separate YouTube event. But I understand where Eddie Hearn is coming from. He looked at the numbers from the KSI Logan fight. I think that got like the 5th most buys on the, is it the DAZN app, which is how you watch it in the US. So, yeah, I think it had like the 5th most buys in 2019. So the numbers are there. The numbers are certainly there. The interest is certainly there. So why not? Why not? As I said, it's a win-win situation for several different people tonight. And maybe it's going to be a big win for KSI. KSI is the one that can't lose tonight. The real winner tonight is KSI. And that might sound a little bit strange, but think about it this way. If Jake Paul wins, he's going to call out KSI. That means KSI has got a big payday on the horizon. Jake Paul versus KSI could do numbers bigger than Logan Paul versus KSI. So Jake Paul versus KSI would be huge. So if Jake Paul wins, huge. If Gibb wins, that's his mate. They're really good friends. So if Gibb gets the victory tonight, then KSI is going to be over the moon for his friend. He can then gloat about the fact that the Paul brothers are done. He's going to be able to make videos on that. He's going to be able to, say that he was a part of that. His mate gets the victory tonight. They can talk about whether we then get KSI versus Anderson Gibb. And I've got to be honest, without the Pauls, I'm not sure that's as big a draw. I'm not sure people are going to care. It'll do something, but I don't think it would be as big as one of the Paul brothers taking on KSI. I feel like the fight to make is Jake Paul versus KSI. So for that reason, part of me wouldn't mind Jake Paul winning tonight. Kind of sets up a real big fight in the future. But I know that the majority of people watching are going to be cheering for Anderson Gibb. Jake would lose then as well. Right, let me change at the bottom because I know there's going to be a lot of people asking when is the fight going to happen. So let's just jot down here, Jake Paul versus Gibb, expected. When is it expected? It's expected in about an hour and a half. We're expecting it in about an hour and a half. That's when the ring walk is expected. So, let's put 1 hour, 30 mins. There we go. And I'll just keep updating that throughout the night. Boom. KSI is in the building. KSI versus Gibb ain't happening. Gibb... Yeah, I mean, I don't know where KSI stands on it. I think Gibb, I saw in a interview, said that he would be interested in it. They are good friends. And in all fairness, I heard Logan saying that he would be interested in fighting Jake as well. These are big paydays for these guys. These are big paydays. So, you might see all kinds of combinations. kind of feel like someone else needs to step into the mix. I kind of feel like we need another name in the mix that could then, you know, fight Logan, fight KSI, fight Jake. So I do kind of feel like someone else should come in. I think Anderson Gibbs, fine. He's not really the big name that you'd want. I honestly don't know who's out there. Maybe another member of the Sidemen or something along those lines. But the thing with Anderson Gibb is he really does have the support. I've been watching a lot of videos, the press conference, the weigh-in. You know, they were chanting at Jake Paul, and this is in America. Who are you? Who are you? They were chanting that at Jake Paul. Who are you? And we were in America for the weigh-in, so, you know, the crowd, the British support as well, seem to be all heading towards Gibb. Of course, Jake Paul has got his supporters, but I think you will see a largely negative reaction for him tonight when he does his ring walk. I think the crowd will be with Anderson Gibb. And Anderson Gibb, we haven't even spoke about it. He is I think he does pranks, but I think he's probably best known for his FIFA videos. He's like a FIFA YouTuber, and he's known for like his ultimate packs. He's very good at always picking out. He's very lucky, very fortunate in always picking out like really great players. So he's kind of known for that. But I think he has like diversified, and he's brought a few different things to his channel. I gotta be honest, not someone that I personally watch. Neither is Jake Paul, but I am just a fan of sport in general. You know, love UFC, love boxing, and certainly when there's a buzz around something, I will always be drawn to it like a magpie. And I had a lot of people asking me about this fight, and I'll be the first to admit I didn't know a great deal about it. Done my research on it, really, you know, gone back, looked at the previous fights, looked at the press conference, looked at the weigh-ins, listened to the tons of interviews with different broadcasters, you know, watched a couple of videos from Anderson Gibb, watched a couple of videos from Jake Paul, seen the training, seen the sparring. So I really have spent a whole day, today in particular, really going through some stuff, and I gotta tell you, I'm intrigued. I'm really, really intrigued, as I said, because there's not a great deal of fighting action that you can go back to decide which way this is going to go. It's a tough one to call. I was reading, I think it was Forbes. Forbes were saying the same thing. You know, this is hard to call because both of them have got a record of 0-0. This is their first professional fight. So you can only look at a few amateur fights and go with your gut feeling, really. Bookies have got Jake Paul firm favourite. Jake Paul, actually, for those of you that don't know, is -275. That means if you want to win $100, you've got to bet $275. You would have to bet $275 to get $100 back. But with Gibb, he is +215. So if you bet $100, you would get $215 back. So Jake Paul is a favourite going into this, a clear favourite going into this. But I've just got a sneaky suspicion about Anderson Gibb. I really do. I've just got a sneaky suspicion. I just don't know what happens when he gets caught. I can't stress that enough. When he gets caught, I really think he'll get caught. He could even get put down. And I don't know what happens at that point. Feel free to let me know which way you think this is going to go. This is something that I'm very interested to talk about. We've got 25 minutes until the show actually begins, and then it'll be another hour until they're both making the ring walks. Then I am expecting the fight to go the distance, if I'm being honest. And then obviously it should be very interesting after. Whoever wins, see what they say after. There's bound to be some kind of a call out. There's bound to be some kind of drama, some kind of moment. Yeah, I'm looking forward to before the fight, during the fight, after the fight. And this isn't even the main event. We will stick around for that main event as well, which should be quite an interesting fight. But honestly, I think the eyes of the world are on Jake Paul versus Gibb instead. The main event, just in case you didn't know, Demetrius Andrade taking on Luke Keeler. The odds for this are insane. We will go back to talking about Jake Paul, Anderson Gibb in a second, but the odds for the main event are crazy because Andrade is minus 3,300 favourite. I honestly don't think I've ever seen odds that extreme. I think that means you would have to bet $3,300 just to win $100. Like, that is how much they reckon this guy is winning, how favourite he is. So minus 3,300. Luke Keeler is plus 2,600. So again, you know, you bet $100 on him. I think you could get $2,600 back. Think about that. Put $100 down, and if that guy wins, here's $2,600 back. So heavy favourite for Demetrius Andrade. And that's going to be our main event. That is for the WBO middleweight title. The reason why he's such a heavy favourite is because he's 28 wins, 0 defeats, 17 knockouts. How impressive is that? Shout out to everyone that's joining us. This is maybe something a little bit different. We don't tend to do boxing all that often, although saying that we will be back in February for that massive Deontay Wilder Tyson Fury fight. Plus also we're here for other little boxing fights. We do WWE, we do UFC every week as well. So if you enjoy watching sports, then make sure that you join us. Make sure you hit that subscribe because we are here a lot, doing a lot of streams. Pretty much every day we do something. And it's really weird being here on a Thursday. Normally we don't do anything on a Thursday. It's normally the one day off. But here we are for this massive event. So, yeah, as we said, 22 minutes till we start. When we do start, we've got a couple of matches. We've got the WBA IBF Junior Featherweight title on the line. We've got the IBF Junior Lightweight title on the line. Then I think we get to Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. That is our co-main event. And then, as we've just been talking about, Andrade taking on Keeler in our main event. That is for the WBO middleweight title. That is 3 title matches and that massive Jake Paul Anderson Gibb fight. So 4 massive fights tonight. Should be a lot of fun. Shout out to Eric Haberman. Hope that you are well. What time's it start in Australia? I don't know the actual time. I can just tell you about an hour and 20 from now is the expected time, but it all depends when they will make their ring walks. Yeah, Eric, I am good. Shout out to Chris as well. So I appreciate that this is something very different. I appreciate that this is something that maybe our community don't do. So if you are new, let us know, you know, who do you think's going to win? What round do you think they're going to win in? Who's your favourite? Why are they your favourite? What can you tell us about them? Just let us know in the chat. I really am interested to maybe learn some stuff about Jake Paul, Anderson Gibb, maybe find out some things that we didn't know already. As we said, I've been focused on this fight. I've been focused on their fighting styles. I've got loads of notes that we can go through. I can tell you their Twitter followers, their Instagram numbers. I can do all of that. But I know the real fans out there are you guys. And feel free to let us know some of the things that you know about Jake Paul and Anderson Gibb. So I'm, as I said, prediction-wise, I'm leaning towards Anderson Gibb by decision. The only thing is, I think he gets caught at some point. I don't know if he goes down. So it could be a Jake Paul knockout. It really could. He will catch Gibb, and I don't know what happens when he does. I'm hoping that Gibb is prepared for that, and I'm hoping that Anderson Gibb is going to be able to ride that out, stay on his feet, and get his way through to the final bell, get that decision, because I think he will outstrike Jake Paul. I think he will throw more. I think he could get more headshots, work the body. His accuracy is okay. Watching his previous fights, he just tends to there's a little bit of flailing, but there is improvement as well. Eddie Hearn said the same. He said he saw his first fight and he was like, I'm really not sure about this guy. But then he watched his last fight and he saw the improvement. And he's expecting another level of improvement tonight. So, yeah. And of course, he's trained by Vidal, who trained KSI. And as we said, they've been working together for about 4 years now. Days, type in the word Lawrence the Robot and it'll come up online. When the chat begins, let's make the chat talk about other stuff. Shout out Jesse Callin, hope you are well. I want to drag Gib by his nose. Fair play. What channel is the show on? I think it's on DAZN in America. I don't know anything about that. We don't have it here, I don't believe. Here in the UK, it's on Sky Sports. So it's on Sky Sports Arena in England. It's on DAZN in the US. I'm sure there's going to be a million illegal streams out there for it as well, but probably not on YouTube, I'd imagine. I'm looking at you, Twitch. I'm looking at you. Hello, Chalmers. Days, what channel is it shown in the UK? This makes up for missing NWA. Shout out Christopher Kitchen. As we just said, it is on Sky Sports Arena, I believe. Sky Sports Arena. And we've got 18 minutes until it begins. So, as I said, feel free to let me know. You guys are going to know a lot more about these fighters than I will. These YouTube boxers. I don't know what you call them. This is their first professional fight. Sky Sports is what I needed to hear. Yeah, they've got proper backing here. It's on Sky Sports. It's on a big fight card as well. This is like the big fight card for Super Bowl weekend. So, they're not messing around. This isn't just some little show that they're putting on. This has got 3 championship fights on this card. And this is the co-main event. So, yeah, it's they've really stacked the card. There's something for everyone on this card. There's something for fight fans. Obviously, it's got the wider attention as well. There's a lot of buzz around it. I actually didn't realise how big of a deal this thing was until I was like looking into it a little bit more. And yeah, man, there's such buzz, such excitement for this. It's cool. I easily get caught up in this kind of stuff. If you know me and you've been watching the channel for a while, you'll know that when it comes to the big events, I get extra when it comes to things like Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, those kind of bigger shows. You do find yourself getting a little bit more excited because you just don't know what's going to happen. And I didn't know anything about this fight really, and now we've looked into it. I'm proper up for it. I'm looking forward to it. Theodore says, "Go Jake." Let's go, Jake Paul. Wow. There's an MY, yeah. I've done a lot of research on it, yeah. Is this going to be a fight? It will be a fight. In fact, Gib is more relevant than Jake. Stop spamming, you noodle. KSI and Logan was in the countdown, and they just became friends. Okay. It's going to be a good show. I always enjoy SmackDown. Shout out to you, JTV92. As we said, we are going to be watching this and going through everything. I'm looking forward to the championship fights. Genuinely, there's one fight actually I've got to tell you about. I think it's the first one that's coming up, and it is going to be between Daniel Roman and Akhmadaliev. And I'm really looking forward to this because it's for the Junior Featherweight Championships and it looks tasty. Jason Peace, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Very cool. Thank you for the kind donation. Jason, who is it that you're rooting for? Who is it that you want to see victorious? Let me know. As soon as I've sent this tweet out, then I will put a poll up, and we'll get a good idea from Twitter as to where they're leaning. I'd be very interested to know who Twitter is behind. I think it might be Gib. I really do. Okay, it says squeeze. Yes. We are 14 minutes away. 14 minutes away. So this is the Jake Paul Gib live reactions watch along. Anything that goes down, you're going to find out about it here. We're going to be going through every single second, every moment of the fight we are going to be covering. As we said, that fight isn't coming up for a little while. It's about an hour, 14 minutes away. An hour and 14 minutes away. So, yeah, Jake Paul and Gib, let's do a couple of... Just as we've got time, I need to try and get this poll up. I said that I would. Jake Paul versus Anderson Gib. Jake is going to win. Did NXT beat AEW? It didn't. No, it never does. Well, I say never. I think it did like once or something. Yeah, sadly, no, it didn't. Anderson Gib. Jake Paul versus Anderson Gib. Paul versus Gib. I actually don't know what the official hashtag is for this event. I don't know what they've gone with. So I'm just going to have to throw a few into this. Okay, that'll do. Andy Mackey. Hello, my friend. Andy Mackey says, my prediction, Gib by TKO in round 5. Okay. Very cool. Well, I'm just putting up the poll now that I said I was going to. So, who will win tonight? So, let's go. Jake Paul versus Gib. 12 minutes away for till we get to the show beginning. By KO. Jake Paul by decision. Gib by KO. If you want to vote on this, if you go to @WrestlingDays, then you will be able to vote, and we will keep coming back to this to have a look and see what people think is going to go down. So let's put it up for 2 hours. Joe Burns says, I will pay all the money to see Days versus Jake Paul. Dude, he wouldn't stand a chance. Wouldn't stand a chance. I always like to say that I am scared, intimidated when it comes to like professional wrestlers. Jake Paul has 0 effect on me. What if sponsors start dropping WWE? Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Can we see the undercard? Well, the undercard will be starting in 11 minutes. 11 minutes till we get to the undercard. Boom. Poll is up. So we'll come back to that and we'll have a look and see what people are saying. So it took a little bit of time to set up, but we are finally there now. When does the fight start? In about an hour and... We could probably change this now. About an hour and 10 minutes. About an hour and 10 minutes. There we go. Right, and I'll keep coming back to this poll so that I can tell you which way people think that it's going to go. Gib versus Paul is trending. Jake Paul is trending as well, so, you know, it's already started. It's already started. Gib versus Paul. Alright, let's pin that to there. Boom. Okay. Boom. Right, let me, we've got 10 minutes. So, before we actually going over to the show, let me just quickly run through a few of the notes that I've got written down for this. So, apparently Gib topped a poll. Jake Paul asked who his fans would like to see him going up against. And it was actually Gib that came out on top. Jake Paul originally wanted someone like Justin Bieber. So we could have been watching Justin Bieber versus Jake Paul tonight. But it didn't go that way for whatever reason. Yeah, so Anderson Gib came out on top of that poll. And as we said, Gib beat Jay Swingler by unanimous decision in Manchester on the undercard to KSI versus Logan Paul, the first fight in Manchester. Jesse Callan says, Days, how late do you think we'll be going tonight? Hello, Jesse. Hope you're well. Not too late. I mean, I think the show starts, the card starts at 2. I think they're looking to just get going pretty much straight away with some fights. So I think we'll do a couple of fights, depending on how long they go. We should be getting to the Jake Paul Gib fight about an hour in. So probably looking at about an hour, 8 minutes from now. And then obviously we don't know what happens at that point. I reckon we're going to go for a good couple of hours. Good 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours at an absolute push. But I think you're probably looking at 2.5 hours, something like that. Don't forget as well that they are shorter fights in the sense of certainly Jake Paul. I think the other fights might be 12 rounds or potentially 12 rounds. But Jake Paul versus Anderson Gib is 6 rounds. It's 6 rounds. It's still a professional fight, but it's not 12 rounds. Shout out to 33 Shades. People saying that Jake Paul is going to win, but Cosmic Duty says that Gib is going to win. I can tell you we've had 70 votes in 4 minutes. 70 votes in 4 minutes. Yeah, Gib by KO, 43%. So, I'll give you the rundown. Gib by KO, 43% of the vote. Jake Paul by KO, 26% of the vote. Gib by decision, 20%. Jake Paul by decision, 11%. So, nearly half of the people that voted reckon it's going to be Gib by KO. We're almost coming up to 100 votes on that already within the space of like 4 minutes. So that poll absolutely flying. But there we go. Very, very interesting. Already nearly 100 votes. And nearly 50% of people, 45%, have said Gib by KO. Chalmers says Jake Paul wanted FouseyTube. Days, check Twitter. Big WWE news. What's the? Tell me. Just tell me. Shout out to Sunny Wolf. Overlord says Gib. Days, nice to see you evolve from a small-time action figure collector. If Jake wins brackets, which won't happen, then he is going to lose to KSI in the O2 Arena, says the Notorious Nightmare. That's certainly the fight that he wants next. Show starting in 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Yeah, we are just waiting to see those first early matches. There's a couple of matches we've got to get through first. Of course, this isn't the first match on. Why would it be? We've got to get through a couple of matches first. This is still just over an hour away. Over an hour away, and then we should be at Jake Paul versus Anderson Gib. I can tell you that Anderson Gib, born in Saudi Arabia, but raised in Bury here in the UK. I think they kind of class him as coming from London. Very good friends with KSI, and as we said, be a lot of, trying to save face after the fact kind of a thing. Yeah, I think there's a lot of just talk, just a lot of talk. But yeah, he says that he maybe took KSI a little bit lightly. But he says that Jake Paul is stronger mentally, and he's actually bet $50,000 that Jake Paul gets the victory tonight. Whereas Jake has apparently bet the Team 10 house. That's what he's claimed. He's claimed that he's bet the Team 10 house. Again, everything that Jake Paul says, you have to second guess. You never know if it's true or not. I haven't got a clue if that's true. I haven't got a clue if that's true or not. But certainly they're implying high stakes. $50,000 placed on this fight by Logan Paul. The Team 10 house placed on it by Jake Paul as well. Generation Y production says, how are you watching this, Days? I'm watching it on Sky Sports Arena. There was a lot of people that asked that we cover this fight. A lot of interest in this. Of course, we did both. We did cover both of the KSI Logan Paul fights as well. I gotta be honest, I really enjoyed them. I know they're not for everyone, but there's such excitement around this. I'm just looking on Twitter, and like already we're at like 120 votes now. Still Gib by KO 43%. So a lot of excitement. Jake Paul sucks. Team 10 is still alive, apparently. Days George Barrios and Michelle Wilson have quit WWE. Yeah, I read that earlier. I heard that they parted ways. Just quickly on that subject, I wouldn't really worry, or I wouldn't worry about it. I don't think it's that big of a deal. They're directors that I think Vince came out and said that it was in the best interest that they went, because they had a different vision for the future, for the way forward. So it seems like the directors are a little bit split on the right way forward, and so two of them have left the company. So it's certainly interesting news, but nothing more than that. I don't know. Are people making a massive deal out of it? I mean, George Barrios, in all fairness, has been with WWE a long time. I don't know about that Michelle woman, but George Barrios is someone that, it's a name that I've known of for a long time. So it is a surprise to see him leave, but if the board of directors are not all on the same page and not pulling in the same direction, then you'd kind of expect them to do something about it. Expect them to either quit or, you know, be voted out. And actually, I think they were voted out. I think the board of directors did a vote, and they were removed. So it's news. It's news. Days, the WWE stock price dropped by 20%. It'll bounce back. Whenever stuff like this happens, it will react, because it shows that there's a slight split in the board. It shows that the board aren't all united, pulling in the same direction, but that's why they had to take the action that they took. And you see this all the time with companies where there'll be, you know, say a profit warning or something, and the stock price will take a hit. It'll bounce straight back, you know. They'll come out with a statement saying that they've recruited 2 new directors that are in line with the company vision, and you know, they've just signed a new deal with Saudi Arabia or whatever it might be. They'll come out with something, and the stock price will bounce back. So let's not make mountains out of molehills. The fights are starting. Well, the show is beginning. We've got it on Sky Sports Arena. So we are just going over, of course, this is coming from Miami. This is the Meriden at Island Gardens in Miami. And as we said, this is a really big evening for boxing, because this is kind of like the big show on Super Bowl weekend. This is 3 championship fights, 3 title fights, and that big Jake Paul Gib fight as well. What's up, man? Who do you have winning this fight? I've got to go with 7-figure Gibber against the dollar store Conor McGregor. Yeah, I don't know. He did put himself into like some kind of a karate pose, didn't he, during the face-to-face Jake Paul? And like screamed out, and it was a bit cringe. I mean, I'm sure there's Jake Paul fans watching, but it wasn't his best moment. But yeah, we're just seeing all the fighters: Jake Paul, Anderson Gibb, a world title triple header. That's going to be a good fight. Will it be on BT Sport? It's not on BT Sport. Basil the Herb, yes. Nico Defense League, NDL. Chalmers, what does that actually mean? Is that the name of, like, Anderson? I know it's showing support for Anderson Gibb, but I know it's Nico Defense League, but is that, like, a group that he's a part of? I've seen a lot of people put in NDL, and I found out it was Nico Defense League, but I still couldn't figure out what it was. We're just looking at scenes in Miami at the moment. Shout out to the Sunny Wolf. Days, what round do you think it'll stop? I'm leaning towards Anderson Gibb by decision. That's what I'm thinking. Anderson Gibb by decision. Jake Paul, I think, will get through the defenses of Anderson Gibb. I don't know what happens when he does, but I think that Anderson Gibb hopefully will just keep firing and keeping that pressure on Jake Paul. His cardio is really good, and it wouldn't surprise me if Anderson Gibb is able to stay in there and take it all the way to the distance. And I think he will have thrown so many shots that I think that it will look good on judges' scorecard for him. So I could see Anderson Gibb getting this. I think this is a real challenge for Jake Paul. I really do. We've got Joe Weller, Eddie Hearn, and Andy Scott. Did you watch NXT? Yeah, we live streamed it, bud. Akhmadaliev is such an exciting prospect. Eddie Hearn just talking about that first. This is such an interesting venue as well, because I really thought it was going to be like some kind of big arena, and I'm not getting that vibe. Hype says Juice comeback. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. We've got a couple of fights to get through first, though. Yeah, Keela could become an Irish hero in the main event. Yeah, shout out to Pokemon Gamer 95. So the evening has begun. Let's put it that way. But we're still about an hour or so away from the fight. 140 votes on Twitter, and Gibb by KO 42%. So it is kind of coming down, but still the heavy favourite result. So they're showing us shots of Miami, Florida at the moment. There is a lot of tension and anticipation. There's a lot of buzz out there this evening, a lot of excitement out there as people really interested in this fight. And I think what's really good as well is that people that want to watch Jake Paul, want to watch Anderson Gibb, they're gonna hopefully watch a couple of title fights beforehand, and they'll enjoy them. And you know, they might be tempted to watch a bit more boxing in the future. Certainly not everyone, but just a small percentage. You know, this is good for boxing. Who are you going for? I'm going for Anderson Gibb. Jake Paul at 13 stone 9 pounds. 13 stone 9 pounds. Jake Paul came in at. You make a record of that so I can remember it. 13 stone 9 pounds. See, the thing is that they're so close in weight. There's really not much between them. But yet, Jake Paul is much bigger, much bigger. So you do get the feeling that Anderson Gibbs bringing some muscle mass. He's bringing a bit of weight behind those shots. So, and we know that his cardio is great as well. They're just showing Jake Paul arriving backstage, and there's Anderson Gibb as well. So, looks like both of them have arrived. And we're just seeing some of the other moments from the weigh-in as well. Do you want to see the fight on Wrestling Days? Shout out to Plush Series XG Show. I love Libya. Fair play. Fair play to you, my friend. Anderson, yeah, let me know which way do you think it's going to go. Do you think it's going to be Anderson Gibb, or do you think it's going to be Jake Paul? And let me know what round. Is it going to be a knockout? Let me know. I would love to know. You could be on Peaky Blinders with that beard. That's all filmed from where I'm from. That's all from the Midlands. So yeah, I'd love to feature on that. A wild Libyan spam. Yes, love it. Gibb round 4, says Chalmers. Jake Paul in 5, says Oliver Band. Jordan thinks Jake in round 4. 1 for Jake. Gibb in round 5. I tell you what, it's quite split here. We've got people going for Gibb. We've got people going for Jake Paul. Couple there for Gibb. Round 3, round 4. When will it start? In about an hour. Just over an hour. We're still waiting for the first fight of the evening to begin. But certainly all of the press here in the UK said that the fight would start about an hour into the broadcast. So, yeah, we're just having to wait a little bit here for the first fight to begin. They're just showing us footage at the moment. You're not missing anything. They're just literally showing us footage of the weigh-ins. Daniel Roman coming in at 8 stone 9. It's light, isn't it? I'm going to say Gibbs simply because of stamina. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. He's got fantastic cardio. He does just keep on going. He just keeps going. He'll be able to... He will bring a real flurry of shots. I mean, I've got my notes for the fight, and Jake Paul is very calculated. We saw that when he was fighting Denji. You know, he really was trying to find a few openings. He was kind of hanging back a little bit. And he really was trying to pick off his shots, trying to find a way through. And, of course, he did get the stoppage in round 5. So you can tell that he is thinking about things when he's in. He's not just throwing and hoping. There is thought going on in there about, right, let's go for this to open up this angle and see if we can work the body. And he's got something about him in the sense of, I think there is a degree of a boxing IQ there. But it is a slower pace as a result. Like, because of that thought process, he's not just flailing, he's not throwing. You know, which isn't a bad thing necessarily, because it means that he's got a very good defense. So his defense is quite good. His shots, you know, well chosen. And, you know, he's got a good... He thinks things through. He's got a decent boxing IQ, let's put it that way. Certainly for this fight he has. He would drown if he was in there against like some professionals that have got a record of 8-0 and things like this, you know. But for tonight's fight, his boxing IQ is going to be a real strength. So he's very calculated. A slower pace is obviously going to be much bigger. We've said that in size. And he is also been on the big stage before, and that might not sound like the most kind of important thing, but nerves and knowing what this process is like, it's a big thing to have in your cap, and that's something that Anderson Gibb does not have. Anderson Gibb just doesn't have that kind of IQ, that kind of experience, that kind of... We don't know how he's going to react under the lights. We don't know in front of these cameras, co-main event, a Paul brother opposite. It's sink or swim. It's sink or swim. What does Anderson Gibb do? Is he going to step up? Is he going to put on a performance that you would hope that he could put on? Or does he drown? What does he do? So, it's really interesting stuff. Really interesting stuff. But I do think that's an advantage. Be a little bit reckless, kind of leaving himself open with a slight poor defense. I think Eddie Hearn actually said that he is unorthodox. I think that was the word that he went with. He's an unorthodox fighter, which means that he doesn't have a usual fighting style. But you're not going to see that from two very inexperienced fighters. So, yeah, two different styles. Calculated, slow, versus pressure, fast, cardio. It's a tough one to call. I think Anderson Gibb by decision. But, yeah. Jaden is cool, says, don't underestimate the Gibber. Fair play. Fair play. Right, I think we might be going over to our first fight here. Which is going to be Daniel Roman versus Akhmadliev. This is for the WBA and IBF Super Bantamweight titles. Right, so this is a championship fight. So let's put this on screen. So Roman versus Akhmadliev. Make sure I spell it right. It's the least I can do. Akhmadliev. There we go. So this is our first fight of the evening. This is actually potentially a really historic fight as well. And the reason why I say that is because if Akhmadliev gets the victory in this fight, he will tie Spinks for reaching and becoming a unified champion within just 8 pro fights. No one has ever done it in 7. Spinks managed to do it in 8. This is Akhmadliev's 8th fight, so he could tie the record. And what we mean by unified is the fact that Daniel Roman is the WBA and IBF junior featherweight champion. He's got 2 belts, so he's that good. He's that good. In the junior featherweight rankings, I think he is like ranked number 1, and he is the WBA and the IBF. So he is going to be putting both of those on the line. I think he's ranked number 2, actually. He's going to be putting both of those on the line. So this is going to be big night for Akhmadliev. We've just got the tail of the tape right now. So Daniel Roman 29, Akhmadliev 25. No unified rules, no standing 8 count, cannot be saved by the bell in any round. Only the ref can stop the fight. In case of accidental foul, go to scorecards after round 4. Right. So we are going to our first fight of the evening. Just a reminder that I think there's 4 fights. This is the first. And Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb is the 3rd fight of the evening. So we've got a little way to go. But not too long to wait, I wouldn't imagine. 2 bouts in 8 fights. Yep. This is his 8th fight. They are really, really bigging this guy up. They are really bigging this guy up. There's a lot of excitement around Akhmadliev. And honestly, they're saying that this first fight could be fight of the night. Of course, all the interest is in Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. I mean, that's obvious. But they're saying that this could be, just from an in-ring perspective, this could be fight of the night. So this is a massive deal because Akhmadliev is coming from Uzbekistan, and I think that if he wins, he could be the first Uzbekistan champion. So not only could he get 2 belts in his 8th professional fight, but he could be the first Uzbekistan champion as well. So all eyes are on Akhmadliev. And I can tell you that Akhmadliev, the challenger, is favourite coming into this. He won the 2016 Olympic bronze medal. There's a lot of excitement around this guy. He is minus 285, whereas Daniel Roman is plus 235, and he is the champ. He is, I think he was the 2nd ranked bantamweight. I mean, these are big fights. These are big fights. These are title fights. There's 2 belts on the line here. The WBA, IBF, Junior Bantamweight titles on the line. Daniel Roman, 27 wins, only 2 defeats, taking on Akhmadliev, who has got 7 wins, no defeats, and is a big prospect for the future. So a lot of excitement around this first fight. Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb is coming up in the 3rd fight of the evening. So I should put a little 1 maybe next to Roman versus Akhmadliev. We're probably a little bit behind where we wanted to be, so we've still got this fight and another fight to come after. So I reckon Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb, probably about an hour's time. And I can tell you that Daniel Roman making his way down. He became the unified champion last year. He is a very good fighter, this guy. He faced 5 undefeated fighters and beat them all. So he is no slouch. He is no pushover. He is a unified champion. He is the current WBA, IBF Super Bantamweight champion. And he has made his way into the ring. So both of the fighters in this first fight in the ring. It's $19.99, is it? David Diamante. Days, what do you think about Masvidal Usman altercation? I think it's great for the UFC. I think it makes perfect sense to make that fight. I don't know if Masvidal technically would be next in line for that, but he was the fighter of 2019. I think it's a big money fight. I think they'd be stupid not to make it. So, yeah, we'll have to see what Dana wants to do. Did the Joke-Off get retired? We didn't really do anything with it, to be honest. Do you want to be on commentary? Do I want to be on commentary? No, I want to be spending it with you guys. I honestly, I was so pleased when I saw that this was on a Thursday, because it meant that we could do all out of the streams, and this is a nice little extra thing. And I gotta be honest, there's such interest in this that I would be watching this fight. Even if we weren't streaming, I would be watching this fight. It's on Sky Sports Arena. We have Sky Sports here anyway, so we don't have to pay anything extra. I mean, in all fairness, it is 2:20 in the morning here in the UK on a Thursday night. It's not what you would call ideal, so I'm not sure. I don't know why they've done it, actually. I don't know why they've put it, like, I'm guessing to get it out of the way of the Super Bowl in America, but it's not brilliant for people that want to watch it here in the UK. There's going to be a lot of kids, a lot of people that have got to go to work tomorrow that aren't going to be able to stay up and actually watch this. So I think it's a little bit disappointing, the timing of it, to be honest. But I think they're also trying to tie it in with the Super Bowl. And yeah, as I said, I would be up watching this anyway. So the opportunity, the fact that I get to sit here and kind of talk about it, kind of maybe bring some information to you guys that you weren't aware of before. Certainly there's a lot of stuff that, I mean, I didn't know Anderson Gibbs' fighting style. I'd only seen him once because I had watched the Logan KSI first fight in Manchester, and I remember Anderson Gibb from that. Yeah, it was good to actually go back and kind of really have a good look, do some good research into it, and I think Gibbs got some. I think Gibb has got something in the sense of, I think that he can be successful with this YouTube boxing kind of phenomenon that's going on at the moment, because really whoever wins this should go on to face KSI. That would make the most sense. And then whoever wins that fight, you've got your absolute unrivaled champion, haven't you? Whoever wins that one. So, a lot of excitement. I can tell you that we're at about 160 votes. Gibb by KO. Still heavy favourite. And we are about to get underway here with our first fight of this evening. Shout out to big boy Dally. Hope you are well. Days, let's be real. Jake Paul got tired in round 3 versus a no camp, not that much training Denji. So how is he going to beat the bigger Gibber? Gibber isn't taller. Jake Paul is bigger, like when they're face to face. But I do think that Gibb is packing a bit of muscle. You know, they're very close in weight, these two. Vidal was actually saying, I don't care the fact that Jake Paul is so much taller, because it really doesn't make any difference, because you've got the weight that you've got to hit. So he says because they're fighting at near enough the same weight, if he's taller, it means he's slimmer. It means that he's carrying less muscle, because muscle weighs quite a bit. So the fact they're so close in weight, and the fact that Anderson Gibb is so much smaller, it has to mean that he's carrying more muscle. It's got to. Either that or he's carrying fat, and honestly, I doubt it. Right, we're underway anyway, and I can tell you that Ahmad Aliyev is doing very well already in round 1. This is our first fight of the evening. We've got this, then straight after this we should have Farmer versus Diaz, and then we will be at Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. Size doesn't matter. Look at KSI versus Logan, the smaller man won. It's very true. Yeah, it's very true. This is where the weight thing really works, because again, very similar story. Logan was drastically taller, ripped, but KSI just, you know, had a little bit more about him. Even though he was a bit shorter, you know, he packed a punch, because they were both the same weight, and so you know that KSI was carrying the same, if not more muscle than what Logan was, and it's the same story tonight. Roman doing very well here. Daniel Roman is kind of come back into this fight now. Madaliev is trying to find a way through. These two very evenly matched. And we're down to the final 50 seconds of round 1. This could go 12 rounds. Daniel Roman on the outside. This is a tough fight, as we said, very evenly matched. A tough fight for both guys, this. And it'll be a big result, this, for Akhmadaliev if he gets this. Because, as we said, he could win 2 belts tonight in only his 8th professional fight. He is hiding behind that jab, getting the hands up. Some nice strikes to the body very quickly. Switching levels from Daniel Roman. And we are getting towards the end of round 1. Can you shout out my friend Cactus Zach? Yes, shout out to Cactus Zach. Is Jake Paul going to win? Well, he is favourite. There's no denying that. He is favourite. I don't think he wins. I think that he will struggle against Anderson Gibb, to be honest. I think that Anderson Gibb is going to throw volume. I think he's going to be a bit of a tornado. I think that he is going to catch Jake Paul many times. I think he's probably going to have a little bit more power than what we've seen from Anderson Gibb in previous fights. And yeah, there's a lot of excitement for it. And we're getting ever closer. We are probably looking at about... Well, it's hard to say, isn't it? Because we don't know how long this fight's going to go for. So I'm not going to say until this fight is over, but we are getting ever closer, let's put it that way. Anderson Gibb has got a big nose going backwards. Oh, is big nose backwards. Are they fighting right now? No. Right now, we have got a very interesting super bantamweight fight between Daniel Roman, the current IBF WBA champion. He is in there against Akhmadaliev, who is only in his 8th professional fight. And he's got a great opportunity here to get 2 titles in just his 8th fight. This really is like top of the tree stuff when it comes to the super bantamweight division. So some quick jabs and strikes to the body by both guys. Oh, that was a tough strike. Akhmad doing some really good stuff. Jake Paul is the little girl. There we go, breaking news. Days. Can my friend Days get a shout out? He loves the chat crew and the chat crew loves him back. Shout out to Days and William Hensey as well. Gibb and KSI were both fat FIFA YouTubers that I fell in love with in 2013. And if you told me that they would both be pro boxers and on a match card with world champions, I'd say you're crazy. That's true. Very true. It is surprising how this has really blown up. But it's very exciting as well because I do think that it's going to be something that you're going to see quite a bit of in 2020. I don't know what the plans are for further fights, but it's been such a success. And I think the interest in this fight will show that it works as well, that you know there's going to be other fights coming up in 2020. As I said, though, I do feel that there needs to be some more really big YouTubers, like 5 million plus subs, really big YouTubers that kind of throw their names into the mix as well, because you can't rely on the Paul brothers to have like multiple fights a year. We don't even know if Logan Paul will step back into the ring again. He's kind of suggested he won't, to be honest. That Jake Paul, I think, would. 100% he would if he wins. He's going to call out KSI if he wins. Yeah, I mean, that could be his only other fight this year. We don't even know if it would happen this year, but my guess is it would be at the end of the year, KSI versus Jake Paul. So I kind of feel like we need to bring in some other names, and you could get quite a fun YouTube division going, you know. But I do kind of feel like there needs to be some more names added to the mix. Days, the thing is that Gibb is going to pressure Paul, but Paul is good at defense, so Jake could win. He could. Yeah, he could. The only thing I would say, Jake is got a better defense, okay? But he is gonna take some punishment. He is gonna have to survive 6 rounds. And what I like about Anderson Gibb is the fact that he doesn't tire. He just keeps coming forward. So he is going to keep putting that pressure on Jake Paul. Now, Jake Paul, I think, is going to be able to defend a lot of what Anderson Gibb has got, and I think that he will counterpunch as well. I don't know what happens when he does connect with Anderson Gibb. Anderson Gibb could go down. He could. He really could. So I think Jake Paul's going to have to take a lot of punishment. I don't think Anderson Gibb's going to be able to KO Jake Paul. I personally disagree with what that poll was saying. I don't think Gibb's going to win by KO. I can't see Jake Paul going down. I really can't. But I can see it going the distance. I could see Anderson Gibb going down. I could see Gibb going down. I think Jake Paul is got a good reach. I think that he's going to be able to find some good angles. He might be able to just catch him in some sweet spots right on the chin. So you might see Anderson Gibb going down. I don't know if he does. But I'm just leaning towards Anderson Gibb by decision. Something about Anderson Gibb picking up the win via decision, and I don't know why. But it'll be very interesting to see what Sugar Shane Mosley has done. Sugar Shane Mosley is a former champion in 3 weight divisions. He was, I think, pound for pound, the best boxer in the world in the years 2000 and 2001. So, and he is training Jake Paul. So Jake Paul has gone out and got himself one of the best trainers you could get. Like one of the former best boxers in the world. Like legit. Not just in a weight class. In all weight classes. Sugar Shane Mosley. So, it'd be very interesting to know what they've been working on and what Jake Paul will be able to bring. And how he will have improved. Because I'm sure Jake Paul will have improved from that Denji fight as well. I would love the UFC to do more character building and create fighters with mythology bios we could really get into. Of course, the fight goes off as usual. I can't see the UFC doing that. The UFC are all about just kind of presenting real people, aren't they? It's kind of down to the fighters to present themselves however they want to present themselves. Yeah, I can't see the UFC really doing that. But there's nothing stopping another promotion coming along and doing it. It's crazy to think Shane McMahon actually tried to convince Vince McMahon to buy the UFC. I think it was like in the late 90s, early 2000s when UFC wasn't really doing a great deal. UFC really exploded kind of mid-2000s, and certainly by 2010 when they had Brock Lesnar, that was it, they were up and running, and then they had Ronda, and of course Conor McGregor. Yeah, certainly in the early 2000s they were around. They started in, I think, 93, the UFC, or certainly early 90s. And honestly, 90s they were a struggle for the UFC. They nearly folded. Shane McMahon was a fan, and he tried to convince Vince to buy it. Vince didn't want to know. So, as much as we praise Vince McMahon for his business brain, that's definitely a decision that I'm sure he regrets. And if he doesn't regret it, he absolutely should. Shout out to Patrick O'Neill. What time does the fight start? This is the first fight of the evening. So we are still waiting. And it should be in about an hour's time. I know we've been saying that for a little while, but this first fight is still well underway. Quite a close little fight as well between Daniel Roman and Akhmadaliev. And we've spoken quite a bit about Akhmadaliev from Uzbekistan, trying to win 2 belts in only his 8th professional fight. Daniel Roman, though, very, very good fighter. He's got a great record, 27-2. We're just seeing the IBF Junior Lightweight Championship fight that's coming up in a second between Farmer and Diaz. They are both backstage getting ready. That will be our second fight of the evening. And then, of course, the third fight of the evening, the big fight of the evening, the one that everyone is talking about, Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. Jody Gilly, hello to you, my friend. I can't even do it anymore. My voice has gone. Hey, buddy. Hello, Jody. Hope you are well. I know this is not your, well, I'm guessing this is not your kind of thing. But, yeah, it's still, we should be having a fun evening of action. And it's going to be very interesting to see which way this fight pans out. But again, I'm here to talk about whatever. If you want to talk about WWE, if you want to talk about Jake Paul, if you want to talk about Anderson Gibb, if you want to talk about KSI, if you want to talk about NWA, AEW, UFC, boxing, Tyson Fury, Deontay, whatever you want to talk about, we can talk about it. Days, how many minutes are in each round? I think there's 3 minutes in a round when it comes to boxing. It's 5 minutes in a round when it's UFC, but it's 3 minutes in a round. So far, we're up to round 4 of 12. And both fighters looking very comfortable. Daniel Roman coming forward with left-hand jab. It's quite frenetic in there. You do get a lot of action when it comes to like the bantamweights. And that's certainly what we're seeing at the moment. A lot of charging forward, lots of jabs, shots to the body, few little flurries coming in from Hukmadaliev. But as we said, we're about just past the halfway point in round 4. Obviously, the sooner this fight finishes, the sooner we can get to the second fight, the sooner we can get to Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. Days, do you ever watch WWE Ride Along? Sometimes. I gotta be honest, I don't watch the network all that often because I never had the PlayStation set up upstairs, and they actually took it off the Samsung TV that I've got. So it used to be on there as an app, and they got rid of it, so I couldn't watch it on there. But now that we've got this TV and we're in the figure room, I've actually got the PlayStation set up, so I could now watch WWE Network on a nice big screen TV. So I might treat myself to some ride-alongs and documentaries and previous pay-per-views in the coming days. I'm Orange Cassidying you. Nice. Zamax, shout out to you, bud. Big Boy Dally says, who's winning tonight? It's really hard, dude. It's really hard to call. We've been saying this all night. It's not an easy fight to call because there's not much like action that we can go off in the past. Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb, for both guys, this is their first professional fight. So I think Jake Paul's just had the one fight against Deji, and Anderson Gibb has had 2 amateur fights, and he won both of them. And I've seen both of them. I watched the one live when it was on the undercard to Logan Paul versus KSI, the first one, in Manchester. And I thought Anderson Gibb looked good. Not great. You could see that it was just a flurry. It was just this cardio machine, just, throwing shots and just fighting for his life. He will give tonight is all. You can say that about Anderson Gibb. He will not leave anything in the locker room. And Jake Paul's going to have to be very good to get past that flurry to find a way through. I think he will at some point, and it'll be very interesting what happens when he does. So, yeah, we got a little bit of time till we get to the fight. So Jake Paul versus Gibb, live reactions coming up. Feel free to let me know. I can see there's people that's joining the stream all the time. I said that this fight we're watching was very close. They've actually just shown the commentator's scorecard. And after 4 rounds, it's 38-38. Both guys exactly the same points. They gave 10-9, 10-9 to Daniel Roman. They gave 10-9, 10-9 to Akhmadaliev. So, as we said, really good fight, really close fight. Lots happening in this first fight of the evening. And it is for the WBA IBF Super Bantamweight Championships. Both guys center of the ring, toe-to-toe. Neither guy backing down. Akhmadaliev just covering up a little bit there, but not backing away. Both guys standing in the center, toe-to-toe, just throwing, circling around each other, and trying to do whatever they can to get their shots off, get their jabs through, pick up some points, and try and take the round. But so far, all 4 rounds, all 5 rounds actually, very, very close. Did you hear that both Bellas are pregnant? I did, bud. Yes, I did. Dream match: Deji, who lost to Jake, versus Joe Weller, who lost to KSI on the KSI versus Jake Paul undercard if Jake wins. That's interesting. Baby Ruth, L3SS07. I kind of feel like we need to bring in some new names. Deji, he was saying that he didn't put his all into his training camp. And I've got to be honest, right? If you're going to fight on the undercard in the Manchester Arena against Jake Paul, right, in a YouTube boxing fight, and your brother's in the main event against Logan Paul, there's all the trash talking. If you're going to tell me that you're not going to give your all in the training camp for that fight, forget it. Forget it. Like, personally, I've got no interest in watching Deji fight again, because if you can't get yourself up for that, if you can't give your all for that, then you don't belong in boxing. Boxing is not for you. You are quite clearly there for hype, for a payday, for, you know, how do you come out with that as an excuse? I should have done more training. I should have given more. That's mental to me. Joe Weller, I think, really did give everything. When he lost to KSI, I've not heard him coming out with those excuses. In fact, I heard him kind of bigging up KSI, and obviously he's been involved in the commentary, and he's been involved in the build, and he's kind of part of the Sky Sports team for this. He's been part of actually the previous fights as well. So I've got more respect when it comes to Joe Weller. But I just really feel like there needs to be another name that comes in, someone that's you know, big YouTuber, 5 million plus subscribers, that can come in and put the cat amongst the pigeons, you know, provide a new fresh challenge for KSI. But that's why I think I'm going to be cheering for Anderson Gibb, because of course he is connected to the UK, and that's where I'm sat right now. So just for that reason, I think I'd be cheering for Anderson Gibb. But for future fight prospects, Jake Paul winning makes, you know, it's more mouth-watering. Jake Paul, KSI. It's good. I'd like to see that. 17 minutes. I think it's longer, bud, because I think this fight has gone longer than they anticipated. We still haven't had that second fight yet. We're only in round 6 of 12. Akhmadaliev was a firm favourite coming into this. I'm not sure he thought he could put Roman away within 6, but either way, he hasn't. And we are still in this first fight. So we know that we've got this fight. We know that we've got Farmer versus Diaz after this as well. And then we will be at Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. The disappointing thing is the Andrade, Demetrius Andrade taking on Luke Keeler. That's the main event. And Andrade is such a firm favourite that you would expect that to potentially not go that long. So it's a bit of a shame. That's not like one of the earlier fights. I understand why it isn't, though, because he has got a record of 28 wins and no defeats. So he is a big name. A big name. He's called out quite a few of the big middleweights. But they don't seem that interested in him at the moment, which is crazy. No one is talking about that guy in the main event, but we'll get to that when we get to that. I just can't believe that YouTubers are actually paid boxers. Yeah, it is a very weird kind of development. But as I said, I don't mind it. I think it works for everyone. You're going to have a lot of kids right now that maybe aren't sitting down watching this action. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're talking to their friends, just literally waiting for Jake Paul and Anderson Gibb. But there will be a degree. There will be a degree that will sit down and actually watch boxing for the first time and might enjoy it and might support the sport moving forward. And so certainly from the numbers coming out of the Logan KSI fights. They seem to be suggesting that people have been doing that. So I think they're hoping that we're going to get more of that tonight as well. So we're getting 3 championship fights. We're getting a really high-profile fight as well, and just seems to be win-win for everyone. And as we said, the biggest winner tonight probably is going to be KSI. Nice work there from Akhmadliev, who managed to back Daniel Roman into the corner just towards the end of that round. It's worth mentioning as well that on the ring, it does say Kobe, and it's got his number as well. Just a small little thing, just a real sign of respect to Kobe Bryant, which I just thought was worth mentioning with a little, just his name and his number on the ring, which is cool to see. Not saying they shouldn't be. Just with me not knowing either of these dudes, it's weird. Oh, yeah, I understand. New subscriber, hope you're having a great night. Shout out to Cactus Zach. Yeah, I mean, this first fight is very good. Of course, all of the interest, all of the hype, all of the talk is with Jake Paul and Anderson Gibb. We did see them arriving. We did see them backstage. So, yeah, there's... we're getting ever closer to that. How many belts are there in boxing these days? I feel like every time I hear a belt mentioned, it's a different name each time. Akhmadliev took the last couple of rounds, by the way, so they've actually got Akhmadliev up by 2 at the moment, for those of you that were interested in this first fight. Again, standing, throwing, really not much between them, but they are saying that Akhmadliev is just starting to pull away a little bit now. In regards to belts, I think there's like 4 different promotions. So you got like the WBO, IBF, WBA, is it WBC? So you've got those 4 promotions. They've got their own belts for each of the weight classes. I think there's around about 7, maybe 8 weight classes with like bantamweight, flyweight, all these different weights, heavyweight, of course, all of this different weights. So if each one's got around about 4 belts and there's about 8, you're probably looking at around about the 35 to 40 belt mark, because on top of that, you've got a few other additional belts as well. So, I don't know. To tell you the honest truth, I couldn't put a number on it, but my best guess would be 35 to 40. So a lot of belts. But then, if you think about it, there's a lot of people in the world, so... And if you think that there's 2 belts on the line in this match right now, that's pretty impressive. Just got Jab Noodles. Just like wrestling and their belts. They said the fight would start at 0-0. It's already 49. Yeah, well, I don't think people anticipated this first fight going as long as what it has already. Certainly all of the press that I saw in the UK, like The Sun and like just lots of different publications saying that Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb ring walk should be about an hour after the show begins. And you're absolutely right. We're already 50 minutes into the show, and this first fight hasn't reached its conclusion yet, and we've still got a second fight to come. So it's kind of it is absolutely crazy that they are doing this on a Tuesday night. I cannot get my head around that logic. Thanks, Prince Isaac Balla. Whoa, is one belt considered the real main belt above all, like the NWA Real World Champion? No, not really. I mean, I think some of the promotions might be classed as maybe a little bit more prestigious, considering people that have held those titles in the past. But obviously each weight is kind of treated as its own thing, you know. Kind of like with the UFC, you know, you've got the heavyweights who have had like Brock Lesnar, but then you look at, you go down to like Conor McGregor's. I mean, like Conor's fought in I think 3 different weight divisions now, but and obviously none of them have been heavyweight. So each division has had its own superstars throughout the years. So no, I don't think there's like one that's kind of held above any of the others. But certainly some of the divisions are more exciting than the others. And this is quite an exciting division, the bantamweights. If all the bests are on the line every fight, how do they split them? Do you mean belts? If all the belts are on the line every fight, how do they split them? They're not. If you think about the heavyweight division, in the heavyweight division, I think Anthony Joshua has got 3 of the 4 belts in the heavyweight. So at the moment, Joshua, I don't know which ones he's got, to be honest, but he's got 3 of the 4, and Deontay Wilder has got the other 1. So that's why people are so desperate for Joshua to have that fight with Deontay Wilder, so the winner gets all 4 belts. Going forward, then they might only defend 1 belt at a time. But yes, they've got all of them, but they might say, I'm only going to defend the WBO belt against this guy, or I'm only going to defend the IBF belt against this guy, because each belt has its own number 1 contender. So I don't think there's anything that necessarily says they have to defend all of the belts. So it's quite interesting. But yeah, this year we could see someone in that heavyweight division have all of the titles. As long as everything goes the way it needs to go, Joshua would need to win his next fight, and then he would need to face the winner of whoever wins out of Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. Then whoever wins that fight would obviously have all of the belts, and that's just the heavyweight picture scene. So, you've got different stories in all of the different weight classes. And for those that were interested, Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb, they're going to be fighting at cruiserweight. So they're actually going to be fighting at the cruiserweight, which I think is around about 180 pounds. I think it's around about that ballpark. We're up to round number 8 in this fight, if anyone was interested. And Akhmadliev still showing his dominance, really getting jabs through, right-hand jabs, driving Daniel Roman back. But Daniel Roman is still firmly in this fight. Anderson Gibb. No, they can decide. I think Fury will win versus Wilder. Hopefully Jake sneezes 3 times. Yeah, I can see there's a few new... Oh, shout out to Wes Heron. Hope you are well, bud. Sorry, I didn't see you in the chat before. Shout out to Buddy's Toys Life Rodriguez Vision as well. Says, show Jake and Gibb. Who do you think's winning, dude? Let me know. Let me know who you think's going to be victorious. I think that's Keeler, isn't it? I think are we backstage with Keeler, who's in our main event tonight? Keeler saying that he's very relaxed. Dave, since each round is 3 minutes, Gibb shouldn't pressure Jake straight away, because if he does, he's going to get tired straight away. So I say Gibb should pressure Jake in the last 2 rounds. It's a really good point from the Pickle one. It's a good point. What I would say is Gibbs actually got very, very good cardio. We've seen this from his fights in the past. He got unanimous decision in his fight on that undercard with Logan Paul and KSI. And if you watch it, he is kind of going at it for like a long time. He seems to have a really good engine. He seems to have really good cardio. So I haven't got too many concerns that he's not going to be able to keep going, that he's going to tire. I think he does need to pace himself. I completely agree. Maybe he won't come rushing out in the early stages. Although saying that, maybe he will. Maybe he'll come out, set the tone, force Jake Paul to fight at a faster pace than Jake Paul wants to fight at. Because don't forget, Anderson Gibbs got a good engine. A better engine, we think, than what Jake Paul has got. So Jake Paul could tire very, very easily. Jake Paul could tire. And if he's being forced to compete at this faster pace, maybe Anderson Gibb wants to do that at the start. Then maybe settle it down in the middle rounds. Just make sure that he gets through those middle 2 rounds. You know, rounds 3, rounds 4. Then maybe try and start picking it up again in rounds 5. And then just have a really strong round 6. Don't allow Jake Paul in for round 6. Maybe take it to decision, win by decision. So I am looking at Anderson Gibb by decision. But it's such an interesting fight. Literally anything could happen. Anything could happen. So yeah, a lot of excitement. A lot of excitement. The bank manager is winning tonight. Yes, he definitely is. You're not wrong there, buddy. The bank manager definitely is winning tonight. And as I said, I really do think that KSI is winning tonight as well. I really do think KSI is winning because he doesn't have to do anything, and if Jake Paul wins, you know Jake Paul's going to call him out. That's a big payday on the horizon. Absolutely huge. And if Anderson Gibb wins, that's his mate. That's his friend. So he'll be pleased that Jake Paul has lost, and he'll be really pleased that his mate has picked up the victory as well. So it's just this win-win for KSI. We haven't seen anyone at ringside. They haven't shown us anyone. I think what's really interesting is because we've got 3 world title fights, the crowd actually seems to be a lot older, a lot more mature in the sense of, you know, there's more elderly gentlemen than what I was expecting. I was expecting a lot of young kids. I was expecting a lot of Jake Paulers, you know, to kind of be in the crowd, and we're not really seeing that. And it's not the biggest venue in the world. I'm so surprised. I thought it was going to be like a decent-sized venue, but it's smaller than I was expecting. It's not an arena. I don't know how many it can hold. I don't know what the ticket prices were like, but yeah, certainly a smaller venue than what I was expecting. But still, it's not going to take anything away from the interest in the fight. Certainly a lot of eyes on this. You don't really need a big arena, in all fairness. It's all to do with those buy rates. How many people are tuning in on DAZN, or is it DAZN? How is it going? Shout out to Vincent Gomez. Days Full Sail holds more. Not sure about that, but Full Sail's not the biggest. It's cheaper than the KSI fight, is it? I'd say the KSI Logan Paul was maybe a bigger deal than this, but still, there's a lot of interest in this. Days, do you think The Rock will ever fight in the UFC? I don't think so. I think he is very focused on his acting career. So yeah, not expecting to see The Rock in the UFC at all. But there's a lot of talk that you could see Money Mayweather though, Floyd Mayweather. Apparently they are talking at getting that done. We're into round number 10 now of this. So round 10. And as we said, we've got another fight after this. If you are watching and you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe. Because if you are a fan of boxing, we do cover boxing. We do UFC every single week. We do WWE every Monday, WWE every Friday, WWE and AEW every Wednesday. The jury's out on NWA on a Tuesday. And we do pay-per-views, and yeah, man, we do it all. We do it all. And we are here for Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb tonight as well. Firing shots in against each other. Both guys still on their feet. Neither guy has gone down in this fight. But I think Akhmadliev is really has pulled away. It's just taken away my comments for a second. There we go. Dave's totally off boxing, but do you think we'll either see a Universal or WWE title defended inside of Elimination Chamber? Maybe one day, but the fact that it's so close to WrestleMania would make me think probably not. I think by this stage they probably have the belts on who they want as champions going into Mania, and then they'll just be using. Well, I suppose you could see a title change at Super Showdown, but I wouldn't expect it. And then I think Elimination Chamber is to find the challenger. So, no, I wouldn't be expecting one. Certainly not this year. But, yeah, I think they could mix it up in the future. Against the ropes, there's a bit of blood coming down from the face of Daniel Roman. So, again, Akhmadliev is definitely finding ways through. I think there's some real excitement in the crowd because, as we said, this is only his 8th professional fight. I think he would become the first Uzbekistan champion. He would tie Spinks with becoming the fastest man to win unified titles by doing it within his first 8 professional fights. So we would be witnessing, as much as we're excited about Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb, we would be witnessing history in this fight. No fighter has ever won unified titles quicker than what Akhmadliev might be about to do tonight, right now. So, yeah, real history. We are witnessing real history. So, for that reason alone, I really hope he does it. We're up to round number 11. Days, would you consider playing SmackDown Here Comes the Pain? I suppose I could. I would suck at it. To be honest, now that I've got the PlayStation set up, I am a little bit more inclined to have a look at it, see what we can kind of do with it, see if we can somehow link it, stream with it. I don't know, there might be some scope there. Strikes. Quick strikes coming in from Daniel Roman, who I think at this stage knows that he needs to do more. I've got to tell you, I've been very surprised at the lack of talk about Jake Paul and Anderson Gibb. Like, they're really focusing on these championship fights, which makes sense, you know? They are title fights after all. But yeah, we've not really seen a great deal of them backstage. We saw them arriving. We saw Anderson Gibb backstage. You know, he'd got his boxing attire on. We haven't seen Jake Paul yet. What hour does it start? Dude, I honestly can't tell you because all of the press here in the UK said it should be starting about now. We thought that this first fight, we didn't expect it to go the distance. It's gone to, well, we're coming towards the end of round 11 for this first fight. We've still got another fight after. That's why I haven't changed the information on screen. I think you sadly could be looking at another hour, but that all depends on how long it's going to take the next fight. If the next fight is quick and there's a quick knockout, then we're going to get to Jake Paul, Anderson Gibb a lot quicker. But yeah, as of right now, we're still underway with this first fight. But as we said, very interesting first fight, and one that we could actually be witnessing history with. So, yeah, I can't say I mind. Days, what celebrity... Oh, it disappeared. They are our hardcore fans. They immediately ignore everyone else in the chat so they can have one-on-one with Days in their imagination. I'm holding a stick to hit wet noodle spammers with. Okay. Did you know Jake arrived in a tank? I did not see that, if that is true. I think we could add that to the list of cringe things that he has done if he has gone and done that. I didn't like his press conference. I really wasn't a fan of that. I'm sure people out there were, but it wasn't for me. Standing there in that like karate position, screaming your head off. Just, it did look a little bit attention seeking. But I've got to be honest, I mean, if he can get the victory, then I really do feel like the bigger fight to make would be Jake Paul versus KSI. So, as much as I am leaning towards Anderson Gibb, I don't know. I think it's a really tough one. It's a real tough one. One round to go, 3 minutes to go, my friends. If you are watching and you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe. Make sure you're joining us. We are sneaking up to 171,000. I think we're around about 10 away. I think we're literally about 10 subs away. So if you are watching and you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe. It'd be really cool if we could get to 171 this evening. 10 subs away. Some shots coming in from Daniel Roman now, who, as we said, knows that he probably needs a stoppage at this stage. If you want to talk about Jake Paul, if you want to talk about Anderson Gibb, then feel free, drop your messages in the chat. That is what we are here for. Let's go to that poll as well. 200 votes. 42% of people think Gibb by knockout. 23% of people think Jake Paul by knockout. Gibb by decision, 19%. Jake Paul by decision, 16%. Ben Holden says Gibb, round 3 or 4, TKO. Jake has no idea what's about to hit him, both literally and metaphorically. Peter says Gibb. Chalmers says Gibb, round 4, TKO. Mark my words. The Notorious Nightmare says Gibb is going to destroy Jake. Also, shout me out on the stream. Done. Zachary Shelton says, nothing against you, Days, but who cares? They both just want attention. Oh, Zachary. Not sure how that's going to go down. Heel Martin says Jake Paul is the most annoying human on the planet, so I'm hoping Gibb by knockout. But then Jack Rafferty says Jake Paul. So this is what I'm saying, man. People are properly split this evening. I think that Gibb is going to have more of the crowd support tonight. I think people are split on this one. Obviously, both have got big fan bases. Jake Paul with a bigger fan base. But for whatever reason, I'm not seeing that really coming across. Certainly not at the weigh-in. Who are you? Was the chant. Who are you? That's what they were chanting at Jake Paul during the press conference, during that weigh-in. I don't know where his 20 million supporters were at that time. I'm sure they're going to show out in force, though. I'm sure they're going to be all over social media. And if you are a Jake Pauler, let us know. If you think Jake Paul's going to get the job done, then that's absolutely fine. I think it's a very, very difficult fight to call because we haven't got a great deal to go on. These two, though, throwing bombs at each other. There's blood coming down the nose of Madliev. Daniel Roman thinks he's done enough. I tell you what, I don't think he has. I don't think he has. I think that Akhmadliev is going to get this. It's going to be interesting. It's the Akhmadliev corner that seemed more confident. I can tell you that the commentator's scorecard at the end of the fight scores it 115, 113 to Akhmadliev. That close. That close. Are we about to see history? Are we about to see the first Uzbekistan champion? Are we about to see a man win 2 titles in only his 8th professional fight? So, a little bit of drama. At this stage. Akhmadliev won bronze in the 2016 Olympic Games. He was no pushover, standout amateur fighter, 25 years old, 7 wins professionally, no defeats, 6 knockouts. Is he about to get the biggest victory of his career? Is he about to become the WBA IBF Super Bantamweight Champion of the world? We're just waiting for the judges' scorecards to come back. And as we said, we're getting ever closer as well to the big fight that everyone's waiting for. Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. It is the 3rd fight of the evening. Who do you think's going to win out of Gibb and Jake? I think that it's going to be Gibb by decision, but I think it's going to be unpredictable pretty much and very, very close. Right, talking of close, this fight was close and we should be about to get the decision. Two absolute warriors. Let's see which way this goes. Are we about to see history in the first fight of the evening? Here we go. Oh, Roman. Akhmadliev. So we're going to have a split decision here. Winner. Split decision. No, Akhmadliev does it. Wow. Akhmadliev by split decision. Jumps into the air. You can see what it means. Wow. Akhmadliev was favourite and he has done it by split decision. He's so emotional. So emotional. He's just screaming out. I can't tell if he's crying or not. But he just screams out. I mean, he was saying that boxing is the #1 sport in Uzbekistan. And I don't think they've not had a champion. He is. There's tears running down his face right now. He's screaming out. He said this was such a big deal for Uzbekistan. It's their national sport. It's their #1 sport. They've not had a champion. They've got a champion now. And Akhmadliev becomes joint fastest man to win a unified title. He's having to wipe those tears away. Wow. Eight wins, no losses, no draws, 6 knockouts. And now the new WBA IBF Super Bantamweight Champion. Big. Days, what celebrity do you want to see made into an elite? Maybe even a top 5. I'd like Cyndi Lauper, Pete Rose, Mike Tyson, David Arquette, Dennis Rodman. We've had a Dennis Rodman figure. They made a Dennis Rodman figure. Cyndi Lauper, yeah. I think you'd have to do Mr. T. Mr. T was actually in the first WrestleMania main event, so I don't think you could leave Mr. T out. So I'd have to agree with Mike Tyson as well. David Arquette, former champion, I'd have to agree with that. Pete Rose was fun. Would I have Pete Rose? He definitely was fun. Dennis Rodman, they've done a Rodman. Yeah, I'd largely agree with what you said, dude. But I'd add Mr. T in there. If there would be a knockout, who's it going to be from and what round? That's a good question. I think if there's a knockout, I think it's coming from Jake Paul. If there's a knockout, I think Jake Paul, and I could see it being early rounds. I could see it being round 2, to be honest. End of round 1 even. The problem is that Anderson Gibb is, I think, going to come out fast. I think he's going to come out. He's going to pressure Jake Paul. I think he's going to test Jake Paul to see if Jake Paul can cope with that pressure. So I think he's going to get all up in his face. He's going to get real close. Flurries, combos, pushing him back, pressure being applied. Jake Paul knows this is coming. He says that, pressure makes diamonds. He is ready for that pressure. He is ready for that hustle. So he knows this is coming. But I could see Anderson Gibb doing that. But Jake Paul is going to have an opening. We've been saying this all night. There will be an opening. There will be a way through. And Anderson Gibb is going to be caught. And I don't know what happens when he does. I don't know what happens when he gets caught. When he gets caught, does he go down? Does he get knocked out? I would think he would get caught at some point in round 1, maybe towards the end. I can't see him getting caught in the earlier part of round 1 and going down. But certainly after he's used a little bit of energy, maybe leaves himself a little bit exposed, gets caught, he could go down. He could go down. We don't know. We've only got the Deji fight to really judge Jake Paul on. And of course, he did get a TKO stoppage in the 5th round. So, but I do think that Anderson Gibbs got more about him than what Deji did. And even Deji came out and said, I didn't give my all in the training camp. Could you imagine if I did give my all? And as we said, what a stupid thing to come out and say. To come out and say that you fought in Manchester Arena, the MEN Arena, one of the biggest arenas in the UK, on one of the biggest shows that YouTube has ever been connected with. I don't know how many people watched that. You was in the co-main event. Your brother was the main event. You was fighting one of the Paul brothers, and you're saying you didn't give your all at the training camp. It's madness. It's madness. He doesn't deserve another fight after that comment. So, yeah, I'm personally of the opinion that Anderson Gibb is, I think, going to manage to take this into the later rounds. I don't think he'll get a knockdown. I think that he will get decision. That's what I think. I think he'll get decision. I didn't even think about Mr. T. I want him in his Mania 1 gear, not Mania 2. Rodman was an old WCW figure that I had as a kid. It was great, but I'd like to see Mattel give it a shot. Yeah, good points. Very good points. Certainly no arguments from me. I would like all of those. Anderson Gibb gloves look like Andrade's yellow ring attire. Oh, well, we'll keep an eye out for that. Deji says some strange things. He does, doesn't he? Yeah, I don't know much about him, but I've watched a couple of videos and I've been a bit like, what have you said that for? So, yeah, I don't know. I think there is a degree of trying to save face. I think there is a degree of not wanting to look stupid. So, it is what it is. Right, I think we probably can take our little countdown clock a little bit lower now. We've got one more fight to go. I don't think this fight will go the distance, so let's say it's going to be in about 50 minutes' time. Let's say in about 50 minutes' time. around about 1/4 we might be looking at the Jake Paul Anderson Gibb fight around about that time. So we are getting closer. I can see there's new people that are joining us all the time. Again, if you are watching and you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe. Make sure you're joining us. As we said, we are here a lot when it comes to the big boxing fights. If there's any more YouTube fights in future, then we will be covering them. We will be doing them. If this is going to lead to Jake Paul versus KSI, then we will be covering them. But in regards to what we know about Jake Paul and what we know about Anderson Gibb, let me just give you the notes that I've made. So, as we said, Gibb really good friends with KSI. Jake really hopes that a win over Gibb is going to allow him to get the dream fight that he wants against KSI. He wants to avenge the loss that Logan Paul, his brother, suffered about 4 or 5 months ago. Logan says that Jake is mentally stronger. Really puts over the fact that, he's very committed, very passionate when it comes to boxing training and boxing as a sport. Seems to apply himself better, maybe commits to the training more than what Logan did. So Logan seems to think that Jake is going to get past Anderson Gibb, and the fact that Jake would stand a good chance against KSI as well. They asked Logan, would you want to fight KSI before Jake does? Would you want a third fight? Logan actually said no. I would be stepping aside. This is Jake's journey now. And if Jake wants that fight, then so be it. Logan putting his money where the mouth is, and apparently Logan has bet $50,000 that Jake Paul will win tonight. So, $50,000 on the line by Logan. Jake apparently has bet the Team 10 house. He's bet the house that he is going to get the victory tonight. Again, you always have to take what Jake Paul says with a pinch of salt. You never really know what the truth is. But he's claiming that he's bet the Team 10 house. Sugar Shane Mosley is training Jake Paul. Sugar Shane Mosley is one of the all-time greats. Pound for pound, the best boxer in the world, on the planet, in the years 2000 and 2001. He was a 3-weight division champion. So if he can just give just even 1% of his knowledge, of his experience, of his, technical ability to Jake Paul, that's going to be a massive advantage Jake Paul will have. And Jake is looking for a KO. He says that he will get a KO. This is obviously a 6-round professional fight. It's the first professional fight for both fighters. Gibb is trained by Vidal. Vidal, who is signed up to Mayweather Promotions, and so he's got some fights of his own coming up. Vidal is also the person that trained KSI. And he's been working with Anderson Gibb for about 4 years. So I feel like Anderson Gibb has really, he's gone quite a distance in his boxing training. Jake, very calculated, fights at a slower pace. He is slightly bigger. He is going to have a better reach. He's been on this big stage before, which we've spoken about, whereas Anderson Gibb hasn't. Anderson Gibb likes to move forward. He's got really good cardio. Maybe lacks a little bit of power. He's a volume striker. He's very unorthodox. Does have a poor defense, though. Jake Paul will find a way through. KSI says that once Gibb beats Jake Paul, then there is no need for him to return. So KSI might actually give up fighting after tonight. He might not see a need to come back. Obviously, we don't know what happens if Jake Paul wins. We know that Jake Paul will call out KSI, but we'll have to wait and see what happens there. And Deji fought Jake, of course, losing in 5th round stoppage, but he sparred with Anderson Gibb as well. So he has actually been in the ring with both people. Deji says that Jake won't be able to handle the pressure. and he actually thinks that Gibb will win in round 3. Logan Paul reckons it's going to be Jake in round 3. So round 3 seems to be a hot round when it comes to predictions. So my prediction is that it could go the distance. My prediction is that there won't be a knockout. I think that it will go the distance, and we'll have to wait and see. But let me know your thoughts. Let me know your thoughts in the chat, in the comments. Who do you think? Who do you think is picking up the victory here? Because this is two really, really different styles. As we said, you know, you've got the slow, maybe more calculated style of Jake Paul that I think is going to pick and choose his shots. But then you've got Anderson Gibb, who is going to come out like a tornado. He has had 2 amateur fights, 2 wins. Both of them now in their first professional fight. The crowd seems to be with Gibb. Certainly from what we've seen with the press conferences and the weigh-ins. So the crowd are definitely with Gibb. And I think you'll see that tonight as well, which is crazy. Because Gibb was born in Saudi Arabia, lived in the UK, and has gone over to Miami for this fight. And you would expect Miami to kind of be with Jake Paul. But I gotta be honest, I think there is a real hatred of Jake Paul out there. I think there's a lot of people that have just had enough of Jake Paul. Equally, there's Jake Paulers as well, you know. There's Jake Paulers out there that will be cheering him on. There's a lot of interest in this. And, yeah, it's mouth-watering stuff, man. The more you look into it, the more you read about it, the more that you know, kind of read the articles, watch the YouTube clips, look at the previous fights, the more that you start going, oh, do you know what? This is actually quite good. I'm really interested. I want to know who wins this fight. Because I want to know what's coming next. And I'll tell you what's coming next. We have got Farmer versus Diaz. It's the second fight. This is the final fight before Jake Paul. This is going to be... Let me find my information on this. Tevin Farmer. Tevin Farmer versus Joseph Diaz. Right, I've got a bit of information on this fight as well for those of you that are interested. I know many of you are only interested in Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb, but I'd like to give you some information, backstory on these things as well. Joseph Diaz was a member of the 2012 US Olympic team, so we've got another former Olympian in the ring. He's come down with a Lakers jersey. It's got Bryant on the back as well. We've already said that Bryant and his number are on display on the canvas. So just a few little gestures towards Kobe Bryant. And this is another title fight. This is for the IBF Junior Lightweight title. Tevin Farmer versus Joseph Diaz. Tevin Farmer is 30 wins, 4 defeats, but only 6 knockouts. This is really interesting. 30 wins, but only 6 knockouts. There's real question marks about his power. Real question marks about his ability to put people away. Joseph Diaz, though, 30 wins, 1 defeat, 15 KOs. So, Farmer, this is his 6th fight in 17 months. This is his 5th title defense. Very technical. He will fight in the pocket. He's going to get in real close, fight at close range. But as we said, you know, maybe doesn't have that KO power. 29 years old, so he's in his prime. He is taking on Joseph Diaz, who is very slick, very dangerous. 27, just a little bit younger. And as we said, a former Olympian, so bringing a lot of experience. I can tell you that this is quite close. This is actually closer than the first fight that we saw, according to the bookies. So this fight has got Farmer at minus 205 against Joseph Diaz plus 165. So some really, really interesting fights on this card, as well as Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibbs. So this is the fifth defense of the IBF junior lightweight title. Both guys are inside the ring right now, so we should be getting started with this. And don't forget, the fight after this, not long to wait. The next fight after this, Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. I only know who Jake Paul is, so this has been quite an informative stream. Shout out to BD Cool. Very cool. Anderson Gibb is a FIFA YouTuber. He's got 2 million subscribers. Very popular. In fact, I've got their numbers written down as well. Jake Paul is 22, I believe. Anderson Gibb, 23. Jake Paul has got 20 million YouTube followers. Anderson Gibb, 2 million. Jake Paul, 3.7 million Twitter followers. Anderson Gibb, 485,000, so much smaller than Jake Paul. Instagram followers, I mean, this is mind-blowing. 12.8 million for Jake Paul. Anderson Gibb, 534,000. Jake Paul lives in LA, Anderson Gibb in London. And of course, Jake Paul stopped Deji in 5 rounds. Anderson Gibb won 2 amateur fights. Both are fighting their first professional fights tonight. It's at cruiserweight. And Gibb beat Jay Swingler by unanimous decision on the undercard to Logan versus KSI1. So, we're getting closer. That's all I can say. We're getting closer. They're doing the announcements now for our second title fight of the evening, the IBF Junior Lightweight Division. Farmer versus Diaz. And then we will be at Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. Nails and NY says, I live for stats. Days cross to NXT. I think so. Looks likely. Looks very, very likely. Is anyone going to see the Sonic movie on February 14th? Do you know what? I think the trailer looks alright. Do you remember when that first Sonic trailer came out and it was absolute trash? And it looked horrific and he had teeth and it just looked scary. I think they've done a really good job of like going away and fixing it and then coming back and actually making him look quite decent. So I don't know if I'll go to the cinema to see it, but at some point I definitely will watch that Sonic the Hedgehog film, yeah. I used to love Sonic as a kid. I was a massive fan. Who didn't love Sonic? Haven't played it in a long time, but I loved it as a kid. One of my favourite games on the Mega Drive, which in America was called the Genesis, but it was called the Mega Drive here. Right, they're still doing announcements for this fight. We've not seen Jake Paul. We saw him arrive, but we haven't seen him like backstage or anything. We've seen Anderson Gibb. He arrived and we saw him in his boxing attire. He was just doing a little piece to camera. But we haven't seen Jake Paul. And actually, you know, this has felt like a very different presentation to when we had KSI Logan Paul, because it just kind of felt like we were getting a lot of information about those guys. With this presentation, they're kind of just treating it as one of the fights. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, to be honest. I think it's a really good thing to show people what other boxing is out there. And I think it's a really good thing because, in a way, they're treating Anderson Gibb and Jake Paul as real boxers. You know, they're not giving them any special treatment. They're going to showcase them the same way that they're showcasing every other fighter. There's no extra being shown for Jake Paul and Anderson Gibb. They're in that co-main event position. But I do think it's very interesting how they're presenting them tonight. We've got the focus firmly on the other fights. So I think that's on purpose. I think they really do want to try and convince people that are watching boxing for the first time that it's a sport that they should watch more often. And I think that first fight did a decent job, to be honest. It went 12 rounds. It was action-packed. Emotions were high when we got new champion. And we've got another championship match underway right now. So, as we said, this is Farmer versus Diaz. This is the final fight. The next fight after this is Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. Days, did you have any WWF games for the Mega Drive? Yeah, the game I probably played the most WWF-wise was Royal Rumble on the Mega Drive. I used to love that Royal Rumble game. Yeah, loved it. Absolutely loved it. I could never win. I don't think I ever won a Rumble. I would always get thrown out. So, yeah, I don't think I ever actually won, but I played that game in particular a lot. And I did play like SmackDown Here Comes the Pain and Day of Reckoning and a few of the games throughout the years. And I've always bought like the 2K games. I just never play them. Never ever play them. We're well underway with the first round, by the way, and quite a cagey opening, which is what you would expect. So, as we said, I think a lot of people will be watching this, hoping for a early, quick knockout so that we can get to the fight that most people are waiting for. We are going to stick around after. We're going to stick around after so we can watch the main event. But also, you know, just to talk about what we've seen. Talk about whatever happens with Jake Paul, and you know, there's bound to be a call out. I am expecting a call out. I am expecting him to call out KSI, certainly if he wins. I don't know what Anderson Gibb does if he wins, so it's going to be quite interesting. Haven't watched for years. You've got me convinced to watch. Very cool. Days, KSI should get a play button championship belt. YouTube should give it to him. Well, I mean, look, what I would say is this whole thing is still in its early stages. You know, I think what's really exciting about it is the fact that there is interest there. This is something that people want to see. And what I don't know why we're not seeing celebrities getting involved. Like, this is a big pay. If tonight was Jake Paul versus Justin Bieber, can you imagine how big of an event that would have been? This fight tonight still got a lot of interest. You know, the world will still be watching. There's no doubt about it, you know. But I don't think anyone can deny that Jake Paul, Justin Bieber would have been bigger. But that's what I'm saying. I feel like we're on the start of something. So, I think it would be a shame for KSI to walk away at this stage. I feel like there's a lot of money on the table. I feel like there's a lot of fights that he could take. And certainly if Jake Paul wins tonight, that would be one. But, yeah, I'm just really surprised that, you know, there might be some celebrities out there that maybe haven't got the work coming in that they had before. They've still got a decent name. I'm not saying Bieber, but I'm saying there must be some names out there. And I'm just surprised that we've not heard more people throwing their names into the hat, you know. And you might after tonight. You might, because I think this is going to be a success for Sky, a success for DAZN or whatever you call them. Because KSI Logan was their 5th most bought event in 2019. So if they can get those kind of numbers on a regular basis, they're going to want that. And it's a win-win for the YouTubers that are involved, or surely a win for the celebrities that get involved. It raises their profile. It's just, it's a win-win. I don't see this being a thing that will go away. So I do feel like we're in the very early stages of it still. Daisy already has a bout, but he should be given a YouTube-related title. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. I'm just confused. Commentate, please. There's not a great deal to commentate. We're into the second round. There's a bit of blood around the eye of Farmer, and we've got, sorry, around the eye of Diaz. Farmer has caused that damage. They do keep charging in. They are bigger than what we saw in the first fight. Of course, this is a heavier division. I think the First fight, they were around about 8 stone. These guys are in the 9 stone territory, so it's a little bit more behind the punches here. Certainly, Farmer is getting through. Just saw a nice uppercut there, and the eye of Diaz certainly looks messed up. He is definitely causing some damage, so swing and a miss by Diaz. Goes for a headshot, and Farmer getting out of the way. That's going to make it very, very difficult for him. There's got to be hard for him to see out of that left eye, Diaz. Obviously, as soon as we get to the Jake Paul, Anderson Gibb fight, I will be calling all of the action. But I just wanted to make sure I was talking to you guys as well, and maybe answering any questions that people had, because we certainly have been waiting a while. In fact, I feel confident that we could potentially even change this now. It's the end of the second round, and for me, Farmer is looking very good. I think we could go down to about 40 minutes. So, yeah, he has gone back to his corner. They are trying to work on that eye. It is a nasty cut that's going to need stitches. It's a big wound right here. Put your finger in it. It's about that big, the wound. Right above his eye. They're trying to do what they can to close it. They're going to... Oh, it's a head clash. It's nasty. They could stop that for that. That is really open and ugly, and I gotta be honest, I'm surprised if they don't call this. It's horrific cut. It's horrific. The ref's having a look. The ref wants the doctor to look at this, and the doctor is having a look at it because it is. He says, as long as you can see, then I'm good. So they are going to let this continue. Right, well, I mean, look, if you're Farmer, you're just going to go straight after that eye, aren't you? You're just going to mess this guy up. But it's a real nasty cut. It seemed to get worse and to really swell up as they were treating it. You know, it was like as big as my thing, but then it really started to widen. Ref breaking these apart. We're into the third round. 30 seconds into the third round. And the blood is now starting to come out. And I gotta be honest, I can't see this going 12 rounds. I think the doctor will come in and stop this. Because I don't see how this guy is meant to see. How he's meant to compete. He's having to really look after his eye here. You can see he's keeping that left hand up, and now Farmer can really start to tee off. Firing shots off, just jab straight down the center, left-right combos. But Diaz doing well. Throwing some shots in as well. But this really is a massive advantage for Farmer. Farmer really should be making this count, but Diaz is the one that's driving Farmer back. Diaz is the one that's putting the pressure on Farmer at the moment. We are into the third round. 1 minute 46 has gone on the clock. Yeah, Diaz, I feel like Diaz is kind of in there really giving extra, giving more. Because he has to. Because his eye is busted. And so he's in there having to dig a little bit deeper. Shots to the body by Diaz. Kind of like a caged animal in a way, you know. His back is really up against it here. It's a bad, bad situation. We don't know what he can see out of that left eye. Couple of little shots straight down the center. I can tell you that Farmer, even before that injury to Diaz, was the slight favourite. But it was very close. Less than a minute left on the clock, and both guys going toe-to-toe. Neither guy backing away. Blood. A decent amount of blood coming down the face of Diaz. Again, who's standing his ground. And it seems like Diaz's approach to this is the best form of defense is attack. He's literally just going for it. No messing around. Charging forward. Some lovely action. Some lovely stuff. They're saying that the Doctor will stop this at some point. I think that's obvious, and that could be another reason as to why Diaz is really going for this. Could be another reason why Diaz is not waiting around. Because he doesn't have time. He probably knows that he doesn't have 12 rounds in this to get the result that he needs to get. So, standing his ground in the centre, walking back over to the corner. You've got to think that the Doctor's going to be interested in having a look at this. It is heating up. WWE Rocks 2423. If you go to Twitter, I'm sure you'll see a picture. Can I show it? I mean, I can try and show it, but they are covering it. Let me see if I can show it. Oh, I got an amazing picture. I got an amazing picture. Are you ready for this? Look at that. Look at that. Can you see? It looks like he's got another eye above his eye. Can you see that wound above his eye? That is absolutely horrific. That is absolutely horrific. So there we go. Shout out to Christopher Rogers. The fight is continuing, by the way. We're up to round number 4 of this fight. The next fight after this is Anderson Gibb taking on Jake Paul. That is the next fight. We are getting ever closer. I mean, like, it all depends how long this fight's going to go for, but I really don't think the Doctor's going to have this fight going that much longer. The X-Prime-X says they need to stop the fight. Nails and NY says, nah, stop it, that's horrendous. It is nasty. Ref taking it, breaking them apart. Every time the ref breaks them apart, you can see he's having a look at it. All credit to Diaz. He's still in there, throwing shots, doing what he can. As I said, a very weird crowd. I thought this would be full of YouTubers and Jake Paulers, and you can certainly see some young people in the crowd, but there's a healthy amount of, like, 50-year-old, 60-year-old guys in the crowd as well. Like, what appear to be, like, real boxing fans. So, a real interesting crowd. Nice from Farmer. He's not getting everything his own way here. Diaz is, as we said, a bit like an animal backed into a corner, doing whatever he can to get through this. John Elite 45 says, Days, that cut is so deep. It really is, dude. It is. The Doctor will stop this. The Doctor will stop this. We're only at round 4 out of 12. If you are watching and you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe. Make sure that you're joining us. We did reach 171,000, which is absolutely amazing. So thank you to everyone that subscribed, everyone that's joined us. Really do appreciate it. We're going to be here for future YouTube boxing events. We did both of the Logan Paul KSI fights as well. Yeah, we're here for Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. We've got the poll up as well, so I can give you information on that as to who's going to win. And 43%, over 200 votes. 43% think that Gibb will win by KO. So there we go. Over 40% of people thought that Gibb would win by KO. So, yeah, we are getting closer. We've just gone to commercial break. We've reached the end of round 4. Be very interesting to see if they let him come out for round 5. The doctor said last time, as long as you can see, then I'm happy. So I'll have to see what's being said now. But certainly Farmer's in his corner. We are getting towards round number 5. And obviously we're getting ever closer towards Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. And we're about to get underway here. Again with round 5. Round 5 underway. So what they're saying is that because this fight wasn't stopped within the first 4 rounds, there's enough action that's occurred now whereby if this gets stopped, it's not a no contest. Because we've had 4 rounds, we would go to judges' scorecards. So we will get a winner, or obviously the match be drawn, but we will go to the judges now that we're into round number 5. And Diaz, I think, has done very well. Nothing but respect for him, considering he probably can't see out of that left eye. I cannot believe he is still going with that third eye. He had better win. Where can I see the fight? If you're in the UK, then it's on Sky Sports Arena. If you are watching in the US, then it's on DAZN, which I think is pronounced DAZN. I think it's pronounced DAZN. That's certainly who carried the Logan KSI fight as well. And as we said, it was their 5th best event of 2019. Where can I see the fight in Sweden? I don't know. Do you have DAZN? Do you have DAZN? If so, then I would say there. Because I don't think you guys have Sky Sports. They're really going at it, these two, Farmer and Diaz. We do have Jake Paul, Anderson Gibb coming up very, very soon. All depends when this fight gets stopped. Yeah, they are still in there. Again, blood coming down the face of Diaz. Farmer hasn't really put his authority on this fight. I would say this fight is quite even at the moment. I think it's Fight TV for Sweden. Oh. I didn't even know Fight TV were involved. Who do you think will win? And who do you want to win? Says MWR05. Do you know what? I'm going to throw that out to the chat. I know I've asked this a couple of times tonight, but I can see that there's a few new names and new people that have joined us. So who do you want to win? So put want. Who do you want? Who do you think will win? Put think. Who you think will win. So who do you want? Who do you think will win? I am 50-50 on want. I think I want Anderson Gibb, but I think if Jake Paul wins, it's going to set up a really big fight against KSI. So I'm leaning towards Anderson Gibb because he's connected to the UK, and that's where I'm sat right now. So I like Anderson Gibb, but if Jake Paul wins, then it sets up a big, big fight with KSI. So want, I think, is very difficult for me. Think, who I think will win, Anderson Gibb, I think, will win. He'll go the distance. And actually, we are seeing them both backstage. It says Cruiserweight 6 rounds. Coming up next, Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. Jake Paul was just sat in his changing room. Very relaxed. Had a smile on his face. Seemed to be cool, calm, collected. Anderson Gibb was actually outside. Seemingly in the parking lot, just sparring. That would seem a little bit strange to me that he would be maybe using a little bit of his energy. I know he's got a great engine. I know he's got a lot in the cardio, a lot in his tank, but should he not be... I mean, you don't tend to see that, do you? You don't see Anthony Joshua before his fights out in the parking lot sparring away. I kind of feel like Anderson Gibb maybe just needs to sit down, get his thoughts together, cool, calm, collected. You know, could that be a little sign of nerves for Anderson Gibb? Feeling like he doesn't want to sit around, he wants to be... Do you know what I mean? I get that vibe from him. I get the vibe that he doesn't really sit around. He's not a kind of waiting kind of a person. You know, I think he's always doing stuff. I think he's always active. That might be a bit of a downfall. He might be using some energy there that he should really be saving for the fight. So, and we saw him out there earlier, so I think he's been outside for a little while as well. I'm sure his team are advising him the best way they can. But it is the next fight. It is coming up. Big Nose, Gibb don't got this. Jake will win. Jake will win. Jake is going to destroy him, says Anonymous. Logan Paul versus JMX is a dream fight. Days, do you support people based on where you are sat? So if you're on holiday, your opinion changes. Yeah, definitely. If I'm sat on holiday in Uzbekistan, then yeah, I'm definitely supporting Akhmadliev. Yeah, I do. I change it wherever I'm sitting. If I was sat in America, I'd be supporting Jake Paul. Gibb in round 5. 7-figure Gibber, baby. The fight costs €12 in Sweden. Is that a lot? I don't really know how that translates, to be honest. In the UK, it's not got a separate price. It's just on Sky Sports. So as long as you're subscribed to Sky Sports, then you get the fight. Both of these seem to be tiring a little. They seem to be really sucking in air now. Farmer, I don't know if he's been keeping anything back, but he really needs to stamp his authority on this, because obviously there was the clash of heads in the early stages of this fight. He hasn't done a great deal since, to be honest. I was kind of hoping for more from Farmer. So, yeah, been a little bit disappointed. Don't forget, I keep mentioning it, but I know why everyone's here. You're not here for Farmer versus Diaz. You're here for Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb, and that fight is next. It is next. We are building our way towards that fight. We've got the scorecard now for this fight from the commentators, and I can tell you after 6 rounds, at the halfway point of this fight, 57-57. They have scored it absolutely level. 57-57. And as we said, I can't see it going 12 rounds because of the injury to the eye. Doctor hasn't had a look at that eye, though. They seem to be relatively happy with it. I don't know if it's stopped bleeding or anything. Jody Gilly says, I found a place that delivered dinner. Guess what was on the menu? Scotch eggs. I'm in heaven. They are so good. I'm homesick. Oh, that's amazing. Scotch eggs? How bizarre. Well, there we go. A little taste of home. Though I've got to say, the food in America, I should imagine that you don't struggle for great food. And whenever I've been to America, I know I've been to like New York and I've been to Florida. I've been to Florida a few times, and some of the places to eat are absolutely incredible. Some of the steakhouses, man, you can get great steaks in America. I'd just be eating out on steaks. Look at the shots coming in from Diaz, changing levels. He was going to the body and switching it up to the head. Some lovely right and left combos coming in. They're showing us punches. 33% has landed from Farmer, only 29 from Diaz, but Diaz has thrown 256 punches in this fight. compared to around about 180 from Farmer. So the work rate is higher from Diaz. He wants this, Diaz. You can really tell he wants this. Farmer is in for a long, long haul. But then he's always in for a long haul because his record is 30 wins and he's only got 6 knockouts. So Farmer isn't someone that gets knockouts. He isn't someone that's known for stoppages. He normally goes the distance. So we know that Farmer can last. We know that he's going to be able to go the 12 rounds. The problem is he's got someone in front of him that's just not going away. He's got someone in front of him that's got a busted eye. Still standing there, still throwing. And actually throwing more. So nothing but respect to Diaz, who's doing a great job. But you can tell they're both tiring. They've thrown a lot of strikes, and a lot of strikes are still being thrown. We need a new boxing video game with the boxing YouTubers included. That would be cool. Maybe just do a boxing game, but have the YouTubers as like a download pack, so that you get them all. Like a YouTube download pack, I think would be a lot of fun. Make a lot of sense. Still 40 minutes to the fight. Yeah, I'm reluctant to change that, my friend. Swimmer Swisus? Is it Swisus? These fights are going longer than I think anyone expected. That first fight in particular wasn't predicted to go the distance, but it did. We've seen no knockdowns in any of the fights yet. There's been no knockdowns, certainly no knockouts. I would say the busted eye is the most dramatic thing that's happened. I'm reluctant to change from the 40 minutes because we could potentially still have another 5 rounds to go. Those 5 rounds would be 15 minutes, and then you've got obviously the ring walks, and I don't know, maybe we could take it down to half an hour now. Maybe we could take it down to half an hour. So maybe we are around about 30 minutes away. Don't forget, it is the next fight. Is that one guy gone? No, he's still in there. He's doing really well. He's actually throwing more. Diaz, with the busted eye, is standing his ground, throwing more shots. They've obviously been putting more and more like Vaseline on to kind of cover that wound. It hasn't been bleeding as heavily as what people expected. Farmer hasn't really been getting through as much as well as what we expected. So I think Diaz has actually done a very good job of kind of protecting it. So it right now seems relatively comfortable. Farmer, I think, is someone that's in there that's hard to put away. He potentially is going to take it into the later rounds. And as we said, 30 wins, only 4 defeats, but only 6 knockouts for Farmer. He does tend to go the distance. And he was slight favourite for this as well. So, ducking and diving all over the place. This broadcast has already been 2 hours long. This is still only our second fight. We're into the 8th round. Yeah, it's hard to know how long this is going to go for, but keep stressing it. The next fight is Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. We are getting closer. There is only 4 rounds left of this fight. Maximum. We're at the halfway point in round 8. As we said, we did a little prediction thing, and people seem to think that Anderson Gibb would be coming out victorious by knockout. Certainly, Deji, who has sparred with Anderson Gibb and fought Jake Paul, so he's got good knowledge. Do have to give him that. He has been in the ring with both of them. He says Jake Paul will not cope with the pressure that Anderson Gibb is going to put on him. Some quick strikes. Nice right-hand jab by Farmer. Snaps Diaz's head back. These two really are trading blows, and Diaz isn't really covering up on that eye as much. There's a little bit of blood coming down, but big shots to the body. We're getting down to the final 30 seconds of round number 8. They're saying that Diaz is still out-punching Farmer. I mean, to pick up a victory here with the wound that he had would be a very impressive statement. So, Farmer in for a real tough night's work. When do you think, who do you think will win, and who do you want to win? MWR05, we did just answer that. I said I was 50-50 on who. I think my heart would like Anderson Gibb, but my head probably would like Jake Paul, so that we can get Jake Paul versus KSI, because I really would like to see that fight. So I'm kind of split on who I want to win. Who do I think will win? I'm leaning towards Anderson Gibb. And I'm leaning towards him because I really do think that he is going to go the distance. I can see this being another decision for Gibb. Joe says, thanks, bro. How is that guy still standing, says Daniel. It'll never have the excitement of UFC or scripted fighting, says Generation Y Productions. Well, I mean, look, maybe these fights won't, but I've definitely seen boxing fights that have. I think you can get, you know, when boxing is at its best, it really is one of the best sports out there. You can get some real incredible fights. We are underway with round number 9. They amazingly are up to round number 9. Diaz still out there, still moving forward. Rights and left, straight down the middle. Jabs to the head. A couple of shots to the body as well by Diaz, and Farmer seems to be targeting the body a little bit, going after a few body shots of his own. So Farmer doing some really good work. But it's Diaz that's winning this fight for me at the moment. But you shouldn't discredit Farmer. Farmer is definitely still in there, still firing shots in, still in this fight. But honestly, if it goes decision, I think that Diaz would be taking this. I really do. I really think Diaz would be taking this. Who do you think will win, Jake or Gibb? I've got Gibb. I've got Gibb by decision. I've got Gibb, but in fact, I get asked this so much, I'm going to put it at the bottom. Prediction. Gibb by decision. There we go. I'm not sure Gibb has got the power to put Jake Paul away. I think Jake Paul could put Gibb away. And I think it's going to be really interesting. I think we'll know. As soon as he hits Gibb clean, because I think he will, what happens? Does Gibb go down? Or does Gibb just ride it and keep moving forward? That's going to be the key decider for me. Jesse Callan says, in a mood where I just want to sleep, but I just want to stay for you. Thank you, Jesse, for the kind words, my friend. If you want to go to sleep, dude, go to sleep. This is such a weird stream for us to be doing that I don't expect to see usual community members joining us for this, because this is such an out there event, you know? Such a one-off weird event. Although, as we said, it might not be one-off, because we really might see this as the start of big YouTube boxing events for 2020. We didn't get that. We didn't get anything in 2019 outside of KSI Logan Paul 2. But this is what I'm saying. This one is coming very early in the year. That means there's going to be enough time for KSI Jake Paul later in the year if it does go that way. I think it'll be really interesting what happens if Anderson Gibb wins. I would worry if Anderson Gibb wins. Where would we go from here? What would Anderson Gibb do next? Who would he call out? Who is there out there, you know? As we said, Andrade and Keela is our main event. They're just showing them face to face. Andrade is a massive favourite for that one. That is our main event. Of course, Jake Paul, Anderson Gibb is our co-main event tonight. It better not be a one-off. I've bought this event now and I'm invested watching along. Well, we'll do it. We'd cover it. I'm as I said, I'm really intrigued to see where this goes from here. I want to know what happens next. You know, I think we know if Jake Paul wins, but I don't know what happens if Anderson Gibb wins. I gotta say, his corner have done such a good job in ensuring that Diaz has got to round 10. Did not think he would get it here. I didn't think he'd get past round 4. When the doctor took a look at him earlier in the fight, he really feared the worst for Diaz, but he's made the most of this opportunity. He's made the most of this fight continuing. He's still in there swinging away, and for me, taking the rounds, doing the better work. I want another JMX boxing fight. I watched YouTube boxing when it all started, and I still love it. I think we can probably change the countdown clock again. I think we can change the countdown clock again. I think we're now around about... 20 minutes. I could see about half past, 35 minutes past, about 20 minutes. Jake Paul, Anderson Gibb. We've been waiting a long, long time. They really have made us wait, but we are getting there. We are getting there. This is the last fight until we get to that one. Again, if you're watching and you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe. Make sure you're joining us. Make sure you're joining us because any future YouTube fights, we will be here. And boxing events we're going to do, we will be back for Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder. We'll be doing the full undercard for that. So we will be back for that. Of course, we're back later for SmackDown, WWE SmackDown. So we've got that coming up as well. Both guys have got their hands down. Farmer firing in some jabs. I mean, Farmer needs these rounds. He needs all of these rounds. He's firing a few shots into the body. And Diaz, I'm not sure if he's kind of given everything he's got, but yeah, he's certainly slowed down. Diaz, not throwing the volume that we saw. Although he is charging forward. Now he's got Farmer up against the ropes and Farmer goes in for the clinch. We've got 38 seconds or so on the clock. Don't forget, this is 12 rounds. But when it comes to Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb, that is only going to be 6. It's limited at 6 rounds. 6 3-minute rounds. Because, of course, it's both of their first fights. Both of their first fights. Professional fights, I should say. Final 10 seconds. Nice shots coming in by Farmer. Farmer might have taken this round, actually. I think he got more of his shots through. So, 2 big final rounds coming up in this fight. Thursday night in Miami. Obviously, Super Bowl weekend. Hello to Jackie. Days, I'm shouting at the TV. Poor hubby Rob is mad at you for this. I forgot how much I love boxing. Amazing. It can be good. It can be good. And this has been a very intriguing fight. I totally agree. It has been a very intriguing fight. Seeing the two of them just swinging away. Look at that. They're just flailing away. There's not been much in the way of defense here. I don't think either guy has really got that KO power. So it's all about who's putting that work in. And for me, Diaz. Shout out to Wes Heron. Shout out, dude. Really appreciate the support. Callum Jess, shout out to you as well, buddy. Obviously, shout out to everyone that's joining us. I want to see FaZe Sensei and JMX in an MMA fight, says Michael Cox. Days versus KSI in 2020. I'm alright. I'm alright. I've actually got a lot of respect for KSI. Diaz still in there. We've got 2 minutes left of round number 11. You know, this looked like this fight was not going to go the distance. It does now. It does now. It certainly does now. It looks like this fight is going to go all the way. We've got 1 minute 50 left in this, and then one more round after, and then, I promise you, I know we've been saying this, we will be at the main event. We will be at, well, the real main event, let's put it that way. Not the actual main event. Amazingly, it's not the main event. Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. Right, we're down to the final minute of this one. I can see there's people joining us all the time. Welcome. It's brilliant to see so many new faces joining us. As you said, we stream all the time. We stream on a Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, clearly a Thursday night, Friday night. We tend to do UFC on a Saturday. We will be back for future YouTube fights. We will be back for Tyson Fury against Deontay Wilder. Make sure that you're subscribing and joining us if you want to join our community for that action that's to come. 20 seconds, that's all that's to come in round number 11. These two have been throwing bombs at each other, standing toe-to-toe. There's been more shots thrown in this than what we saw in the last round, but not a great deal landing. They are throwing. Both guys are going for it. I feel like Farmer needs something huge. Maybe a knockdown. Otherwise, I might be giving this to Diaz. But we are into the final round. We are into the final round. To the point where I can now take this countdown clock down to 15 minutes. I think Jake Paul, Anderson Gibb, about 15 minutes away. I can tell you that the commentators agree with what we've been saying. They're saying that Diaz 107, Farmer 102. So they're saying that Diaz has been taking all of the recent rounds. I'm not sure I'd have it that wide. I think I'd have it a little closer. I don't know. I think even a 10-8 round might not do it for Farmer. The two of them embrace just before they start the final round. Ref pulls them apart, and we're into the final round of the final match before we get to Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. Anderson Gibb, Jake Paul, that fight coming up next. Lot of excitement in the building, the crowd really cheering these two on as they're firing shots to the body. Two minutes 22 on the clock. You just get the feeling this is going the distance. Ref looks like Samoa Joe. He does! He does look like Samoa Joe! It's Samoa Mo. Boom, boom, boom. Does look like Samoa Joe. It's such a good spot. He does. That's all I'm going to see now. I hope he's not the ref for the next fight, because that's all I'm going to see. 1 minute 46. They're going for it. They really are. One minute 35. Swinging away. Diaz. I mean, Farmer hasn't done enough in this round. They've both gone for it. I mean, Farmer's gone for it, but so has Diaz. And don't forget, this is for a championship. This is for Farmer's Championship, the IBF Junior Lightweight title. We already saw 2 belts change hands. I get the feeling we're about to see another title change hands. And I gotta be honest, Diaz deserves it. He has fought this whole fight with the biggest wound above his eye I think I can recall. So big, the doctor had to look at it, clear him to continue. And again, they're hooking up. There's 40-odd seconds to go. Surely Farmer knows it's a knockout or nothing. And I don't think he's got a knockout in him. Great work by Diaz to the side of the head, and he just clinches up. That's all he needs to do. Just keep grabbing him, keep clinching, wear down that clock. 20-odd seconds to go. It's going to be a big moment for Diaz. Farmer giving everything. Diaz giving everything. Shots to the body with 10 seconds to go now. Again, they're locking up. Samoa Joe pulls them apart. Again, swings to the head, and he's screaming at him, "Come on! Come on!" says Diaz. And Diaz goes to the corner. He thinks he's done it. He is convinced, and the crowd go mild. I mean, in all fairness, this isn't the fight that most people came to see. But it's still a great fight all the same. Shout out to Cool and Fun Time with you, Baden a bit. Diaz has got his arm in the air, and we are just waiting now. We are just waiting to find out which way this fight has gone. They certainly seem to know. Diaz in his corner seem to know. Farmer seems to be a little bit dejected. I think he knows as well. It's not gone the way that he wanted. We're just waiting now to get the scores. 117, 111 is what the commentators have scored it to Diaz. Right, we're just waiting, literally just waiting now to get final decision. Oh, man, look at that cut. Saying that Farmer fatigued and so good, so interesting. I really hope that people watched that maybe didn't watch boxing normally. Hopefully they were really impressed with what they just saw. How many fights until Anderson Gibb versus Jake Paul? It's up next. Fade Callis, it is up next. Not long to wait, my friend. Not long to wait at all. So, we're just waiting for the decision on this, and then it is the next fight. They're just getting the judges' scorecards. They're just making us wait. Again, the next fight coming up is Jake Paul, Anderson Gibb. They are fighting at cruiserweight. Of course, there is no official titles on the line. We've spoke about the different styles. If you've been with us for a while, then you will have heard everything that we've had to say on it. For me, Jake Paul's slower, maybe a little bit more calculated, maybe more used to the pressure. But Anderson Gibb, I think, might be a little bit more explosive. Right, I'm so fascinated in this. 116, 112. 115, 113. It's unanimous. It's unanimous. And no. And no. Farmer disappointed, of course. But it's deserved by Diaz. It's deserved by Diaz. He earned that. He really worked hard for that. He bursts into tears as well. Everyone's crying. Everyone in his corner are crying. Wow. He did deserve it. It's exactly what the commentators are saying. He absolutely deserved it, and he did. So we've just got to the end of our previous fight, and we are coming up now to Anderson Gibb and Jake Paul. He's got that new belt, Diaz. Uh, 10 minutes left. Jake Paul posted it on Twitter. Well, there we go. Then I'll change my 15. I'm not going to disagree with Jake Paul. There we go. 10 minutes. Shout out to Lucas. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. Oh my, look at that. That cut is horrific. It is horrific. It is as big as another eye. Just above his eye. It is absolutely horrific. Diaz won, he did. Michael Cox says, damn that gash. I know, mate. I know. It is absolutely horrific. Diaz won. The eye looks nasty. It does indeed. We are getting closer, though, friends. We are getting closer. Let me know in the chat, who do you think is winning this? Which way do you think this is going to go? Let us know in the chat. There's been a lot of talk about KSI versus Tommy Fury. Wow, I don't know who's talking about that. KSI should go nowhere near. Tommy Fury is a proper fighter. Like, no disrespect, but he is a proper fighter. So, Diaz still talking. Lot of excitement. Because the next is going to be Gibb versus Paul. We've got hashtag Team Gibb. And Diaz just saying a few words. First, we should be going over very, very soon to the fight. A lot of excitement for this fight, as we said. And not much longer to wait. He says there's going to be a rematch. Yeah, we can change the back now. Absolutely. Boom. Diaz still talking, still emotional. I'm going to allow him that for what he's just been through. saying this didn't look like the usual Tevin Farmer, which is a really good point because Tevin Farmer does normally go the distance very well, but he really struggled in this fight. Nico Defense League. Gib, because the BGs were the GGs. GIB moves. It's starting. Not yet. It's not. I can tell you there's a lot of excitement online with this. It's obviously trending, as you would imagine. Farmer says he needs to look at this fight again. And he wants the rematch. Okay, well, that's that fight. We're now going to build towards this fight. There we go. They're finished interviewing. And we should be going over very, very soon. There they are. Jake Paul and Anderson Gibb is our next fight. Jake Paul saying he's the A-side. He is the A-side. I don't think there's any denying that. Has the fight started? No, Captain Nuggets, it has not. It is coming up very, very soon. Jake Paul apparently just tweeted out we are about 10 minutes away. It's going to be 6 rounds. Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. 6-round action coming up. I can go through the notes that I made. So, Jake Paul, calculated, slower in pace, but bigger in size. When you see these two face-to-face, Jake Paul is the bigger, okay? And he is going to be under pressure. Jake Paul, I think, won't be under pressure from the crowd. This crowd actually isn't that big. I don't know. That might really play into Anderson Gibbs, might play into his hands, because if I was Jake Paul, I would want to be in a massive arena, really startle Anderson Gibb, because Anderson Gibb has never fought as a co-main event, standing opposite a Paul brother in a massive environment like that. Yes, he's had a fight in the MEN Arena in Manchester, but I think that was a fight he went into as favourite. I think that was a fight he went into very comfortable and confident. He is not going into this as favourite. Jake Paul is the favourite tonight. So I'm kind of surprised that they've made it a smaller venue. It's going to be very comfortable for Anderson Gibb. But I do think that Jake Paul is going to be calculated. He's going to be a little bit slower paced, but he's going to find the right shots. He will get through. And there's question marks about his power. Does he have KO power? What kind of power has Jake Paul got when he gets through? Because I really think he does. Will he put down Anderson Gibb? Anderson Gibb, I don't think has got KO power. I think that he is probably coming in with more power than what we've seen before. And the reason why I say that is because they are both around the same weight. They're both around the same weight, yet Jake Paul is taller, right? So that must mean that Anderson Gibb is carrying a little bit more muscle, must be carrying a little bit more about him for his size that he can put behind those punches. So I really do feel that Anderson Gibb is going to be bringing a little bit of power to this that we maybe haven't seen before. I think that he is a workhorse. He's got a great engine, great cardio. He only knows one direction, and that is forward. He's going to put pressure onto Jake Paul. And Jake Paul will be under pressure anyway, because if he loses this, the Paul brothers are done. Like, where do they go from here? Logan lost to KSI. Is Jake Paul now about to lose to Anderson Gibb, just think of the gloating that KSI and Anderson Gibb can come out with if they both have victories over the two Paul brothers. I mean, you can kiss goodbye to KSI against Jake Paul. Why would he want that fight if Jake Paul loses this? Jake Paul knows he's got to win this tonight. There's a lot at stake. If he wins, there's a real good chance he gets KSI. That is the fight he wants. And I think he's going to be carrying that pressure. But as he keeps saying, pressure makes diamonds. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Jake Paul turns into a diamond tonight. Gibb can be a bit reckless. He does have a poor defense. I think that Eddie Hearn called his fighting style unorthodox. And that's after a lot of training. So, yes, he is unorthodox. He is someone that is going to maybe throw some very unconventional shots and flail around a little bit. But he is going to put Jake Paul under pressure. There's no two ways about that. And we are now at the fight. So get your predictions in. Get your predictions in. Which way is this going to go? I could see a Denji rematch if Jake Paul loses. But to be honest, I'm not sure the buy rate would really be there. I don't know. Denji lost, and his excuse was very poor. He said he didn't really commit himself to the training camp. And it's like, dude, if you can't commit to a training camp when you're the co-main event in Manchester Arena, then you really shouldn't be in boxing. Boxing is not the sport for you. So, yeah, I really do feel like that would be a hard sell. I'm really torn because I do think that Anderson Gibb could go forward, get the decision victory. I don't know what he does after. But I feel like the big match that people want when it comes to YouTube boxers, Jake Paul, KSI, that's the match, isn't it? That's the fight that people would want to see. You get it if Jake Paul wins. So I kind of, part of me wants Jake Paul to win for that fight. But equally, I want Anderson Gibb to win. So I suppose I'm in a nice position where I can't lose. I can't lose. If Anderson Gibb wins, then I'm pleased. If Jake Paul wins, then I'm pleased. Because it means that we could get that KSI fight. Again, let us know in the chat which way you think this is going to go. I can tell you that Denji fought both of these. Is fought Jake and sparred with Gibb. He thinks Gibb is going to win by KO round 3. Logan Paul says that Jake is going to win in round 3. So both picking round 3, but for obviously different people to be victorious. KSI says that when Gibb wins and beats Jake, then he'll have no need to return. So we might have seen the last of KSI in a boxing ring. KSI might have proved and done everything that he wants to do. And now here we are at this kind of critical point. This really is going to shape the rest of the year. This isn't just a nothing fight. When it comes to those kind of YouTuber boxing matches that are... So, yeah, we're just seeing Jake Paul at the weigh-in. What's this? He's giving it all a little bit of Roman Reigns. And there's Anderson Gibb. He does look... he looks like he's got some size about him for his height. And here's Jake Paul. Look. Gets right in. Shoves Anderson Gibb. And screaming his head off, look. Who can apply themselves? We're just seeing some of the training, of course. Jake Paul has been trained by Sugar Shane Mosley. Look at this, going through his paces. William, what? Conor McGregor versus Masvidal? Gibb will win. So we're just seeing Jake Paul, some of the training that he's been doing. It's a win for us KSI fans either way, because Jake KSI, and it would be nice to see Gib get the win. Any live wrestling this weekend besides SmackDown? I don't think so, Chris. I think it's quite a quiet weekend, to be honest. Need to have a look, see if there's any events going on, any boxing or anything. But to be honest, no. I don't think there's a massive amount of stuff going down. I think it's quite a quiet weekend. Everyone avoids this weekend, don't they? Everyone moves everything away because there's only one show that matters this weekend, and that is the Super Bowl. So as a result of the Super Bowl, no one touches this weekend. Right, friends, Jake Paul 23, Anderson Gibb 23. Jake Paul is 6'1", Anderson Gibb is 5'8". Both around the same weight. Jake Paul is coming in with a 6-inch reach advantage. What we said, though, is can he make that reach advantage count? Can he actually apply himself? Can he use that reach advantage? We've got a little Anderson Gibb video package just showing his training at the moment. So it looks like Anderson Gibb might be making his way out first. So the music's playing. So I think we can get rid of our little countdown that we had, because I think it is time. I think it is time. Paul versus Anderson Gibb. The excitement for this has been building for a long, long time. Here we go. Anderson Gibb is here. He's in the entranceway. He's got 2.14 million YouTube followers. And he is making his way down to the ring. He looks very focused. He's got a lovely red robe on, red and yellow robe. So we're getting ready for this. I'm going to keep changing that over by rounds wherever we go. So Gibb with a red robe. Nice yellow detailing on the top. He's got yellow gloves on as well. Big smile on his face. Walking around, waving the glove in the air. Does a little bow to the crowd. Throws his arms in the air. He is certainly ready for this. Focus for this. Big smile on his face. This is a 6-round limit. It is the first professional fight of both men's careers. So this will go on their professional records. We're just seeing the training video now for Jake Paul. Just seeing the work that he's been doing with Sugar Shane Mosley. One of the all-time greats. I mean, if you don't know anything about boxing, all you need to know is Sugar Shane Mosley was the best boxer in the world in 2000 and 2001. And he was in the conversation many other years as well. He has been training Jake Paul, getting him ready for this. The problem child is being announced. Jake Paul is here. Jake Paul has got a really nice robe. Is that Yves Saint Laurent? And it's got a gold sleeves, gold hood, gold Paul written across the back. And he's got his back to us at the moment. He's just really milking his entrance. Still got his back to us. All we can see is the back of the robe for Jake Paul. He's got like it's kind of like rose gold sleeves. And here we go. He turns around. He's got a gas mask on. Yeah, no, I'm not too sure what the mask is about. I'm praying to say it's a show us spam fest. Right, he's making his way down. He's got this gas mask on. I'm sure there'll be pictures all over Twitter right now of him in this attire. It looks all right. He looks like a funky cow, to be honest. Looking at his robe, it looks like kind of pattern that you would see on a cow. It's like a cow wearing a gas mask with like rose gold sleeves. Look, he's bringing the showmanship. When I think top quality boxing, I think rose gold cow. Right, we're about to get started, friends. It is our co-main event. Both guys are in the ring. This is going to be the fight everyone has been waiting for. Jake Paul versus Anderson Gibb. Jake Paul has taken off that gas mask. If you are watching, if you are joining us and you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe. Make sure that you're joining us. Any future Jake Paul, Anderson Gibb, KSI, Logan Paul, Deji fights, any of those fights we will be covering on the channel. So they're welcoming people from the four corners of the world. This is our co-main event. Both guys are in the ring. Okay, so Anderson Gibb from Bath. I didn't know he's from Bath. From Bath in England. I know that they bill him as coming from London. It actually says on the screen behind, from London, it says that Jake Paul is from Cleveland. Both of them are 23 years old. This is their first professional fight. I can tell you that Jake Paul is stepping into this as favourite. Jake Paul, minus 275. Anderson Gibb, plus 215. So Jake Paul is favourite coming into this. And obviously Jake Paul desperate for that victory so that he can move forward. Call out KSI. Jake Paul bouncing around back and forth from Cleveland, Ohio, USA. Looking very focused. No sign of any messing around. Staring straight down the camera. Came out with that gas mask on. The problem child is here, and we're seeing people in the crowd very excited. Women jumping up and down. So both guys have had their introductions. We're past that stage. There is KSI. We see KSI in the crowd. KSI saying a few words. He is desperate. Well, is he desperate for Anderson Gibb? Is he desperate? He might say that he is, but he's got to fancy a match against Jake Paul. He's got to be thinking about them big bucks that would be coming his way. Anderson Gibb standing in the center of the ring. Jake Paul staring right at him, and we are about to get underway. They're touching gloves. Here we go. They back into the corners. I think Anderson Gibb's going to come out real quick. He's going to put pressure on Jake Paul. Jake Paul's going to find angles. He's going to try and find a way through. I think he will. What happens when he does? So Jake Paul in one corner, Anderson Gibb in the other. You can feel the tension. You can cut it with a knife. This crowd really up for this, and we are underway, and Anderson Gibb does come straight out. Does drive Jake Paul back. Jake Paul getting driven back into the corner, and they go in for an early clinch. And again, coming forward, Jake Paul trying to go low. Anderson Gibb goes down with him. Jake Paul firing a shot, left hand right to the side of the head. Anderson Gibb fires back. They go in for another clinch right now. They break apart again. Little jab coming forward by Anderson Gibb. Anderson Gibb, nice footwork. Like what he's doing with his body. He keeps lunging down low. He's kind of ducking underneath the jab of Jake Paul. So Anderson Gibb doing a really good job of trying to avoid the shots from Jake Paul. Jake Paul, oh, Anderson Gibb though, losing his footing for a second and stumbles back. Jake Paul fires off a shot, but whistles over the head of Anderson Gibb. Anderson Gibb, though, coming forward again. And a couple of shots being eaten there by Anderson Gibb. Anderson Gibb does get tagged. We said that Jake Paul would find a way through. Anderson Gibb nods. So it was a right hand, and Jake Paul's got to get a lot from that. Jake Paul, I think, knows that he can get through the defense of Anderson Gibb. Didn't knock Gibb down, but it certainly caught him. Certainly caught him, and Gibb is so reckless. He goes over to the corners, and the ref is actually counting again. Anderson Gibb here, looking in trouble. Ref obviously is going to allow this to continue, but this first round is an easy Jake Paul round. It's an easy Jake Paul round. Anderson Gibb just keeps losing his footing. Jake Paul just looks very composed. It really looks like Anderson Gibb is there for the taking in this. We wondered what would happen when Jake Paul got through. We wondered what would happen when he connected. And what happened was Anderson Gibb did get rocked. That's what happened. That's the truth. Another shot as well. The refs waved it. The refs waved it. Jake Paul picks up the victory with 40 seconds left in round one. The ref had seen enough. Round one. Round one. Jake Paul gets the victory, and you can see a very dejected KSI in the crowd, and Jake Paul stares right at him. Jake Paul stares right at KSI. KSI stands up, says, "Come on then." Oh, after that performance, you would have to say Jake Paul KSI looks to be a dead cert. It looks to be a dead cert. You would have to ask the question, did the referee stop that fight too soon? Did he stop that fight too soon? I think there was quite a bit of Gibb being a victim of himself there. He was kind of stumbling around because he was losing his footing, not so much because of what Jake Paul was doing, but because Gibb was like losing his own footing. I don't think it looked great to the ref. I think that Jake Paul did catch him. I think Jake Paul did look good. But I don't think Anderson Gibb helped himself in that situation. That's the truth. I don't think he helped himself. But a big win. A huge win for Jake Paul. And where do we go from here? Where do we go from here as a frustrated, dejected KSI looks on? Logan Paul jumping in and celebrating as well. Scenes in Miami as Jake Paul beats Anderson Gibb. Jake the best. Well, I mean, look, if the pressure was on Jake Paul, then it definitely didn't show. It definitely didn't show. Anderson Gibb was just outclassed. There's no two ways about it. He was just outclassed. The commentators are saying that the ref was right to stop it. Thank God I didn't bet. That was rigged. Ref did not get paid off. No, I just feel like it was stopped maybe a bit too soon for me. Yeah, I mean, they're just showing, like, they're taking the gloves off. You've got Sugar Shane Mosley over there and Jake Paul with his tongue out. I think he's pointing at KSI. Did they raise his hand? Not yet. Not yet. Logan Paul is in there. He's saying a few words, but can't hear what's being said. Be very interesting. The post-fight interview. I tell you what, Sugar Shane Mosley seemed really impressed. Big smile on his face. Yeah, Joe Weller, back Gib. I thought Gib would get through. I thought Gib, I mean, you can see the shock on his face. I thought Gib would get through. And I think he had a strategy that backfired on him. I really do. Jake Paul, the problem child, wins. Zamax says, thank God I didn't bet on Gib. Cash Cody says, thanks for saving us some money. Well, there we go. I mean, look, you would have seen 2 minutes, 20 seconds of action. KSI, I think, just got in the ring, guys. I think KSI just stepped into the ring. We might have some real drama here. Okay, they're talking. They're talking to Jake Paul. I wouldn't be going anywhere just right now. He says he just wants to take a moment, soak it in. He says he loves the sport. He says you showed a lot of patience, which we knew he would. You worked behind the jab, which he did. He didn't land it all the time because Gib was keeping low, and I think that cost him because he was stumbling around and losing his footing. He says, you all said this was my best competitor. He says, I didn't get to show my real boxing ability. Yeah, they're just showing some highlights. I still feel like it was ended early, to be honest. But there's no denying that is absolutely huge for Jake Paul. Absolutely huge. So he says they've been working on stiff jabs. They're just, I mean, like, they are just showing replays of the knockdowns and everything because obviously the fight itself was only 2 minutes 20, so they've got plenty of time to show this stuff. I knew that Jake Paul would win. Crazy stuff. I wanted Gib. USA! 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 Well, there we go. I mean, what I would say was that it was exciting. I will certainly give it that. It was exciting. We saw a lot of action. Jake Paul doing very well. Gib coming out in the early stages. Jake Paul standing his ground, getting his shots through, and yeah, I mean, Gib just struggling to keep him off him, to be honest. Wait, so Jake won by first round knockout? He did. In fact, I should put it on screen, didn't I? I should put it on screen at the bottom. In our build up to this fight, you might remember we said if there's gonna be a knockout, it'll come from Jake Paul. And I said, if there's going to be a knockout, I can see it being the end of the first or around the start of the second. Feel free to rewind the stream. But I said, if there'll be a knockout... Oh, hello, KSI. Just wait. KSI says just wait. You're worse than your bro? You're bleeding. It says you're bleeding. You're worse than your bro. KSI getting right in the face. KSI says we can make it happen under my terms. So it looks like KSI's interested. Looks like KSI's interested. He says under my terms. KSI not happy. Logan Paul says tonight was all about Jake. Real drama there. Wow, Jake won. KSI is mad. Well, I think there's a little bit of showmanship, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I think there is a little bit of showmanship, but he is definitely upset. There's no two ways about it. But I think what we are seeing is we are seeing the seeds being planted for Jake Paul, KSI. That looks like a fight now that's going to happen. And, wow. Huge. I said that I really did want that fight. And it looks like we are moving that way. So, real drama, bad language, and plenty of talking points. I mean, that's really all you can ask for when it comes to these kind of events. And we got it. We got it. So, Jake Paul getting a first round victory over Gib. We didn't hear from Gib after. We heard from KSI. We heard from Jake Paul. I suppose because of the finish, they didn't want to... Let me move this over here. They didn't want us to... Because it was like a TKO, KO kind of thing, maybe they didn't want to interview Anderson Gib. But we heard from Jake Paul. We heard from KSI, and man, so good. So good. We're actually at the main event now. I appreciate most people will be leaving us at this stage. But we have still got a big, big fight to come. And it's for one of the middleweight titles as well. Demetrius Andrade taking on Luke Keeler. Absolutely massive, massive fight coming up. Jerry Lopez says Jake Paul is going to beat KSI. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. If you're watching this and you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe because we are going to be here for that fight. We're going to do all of the undercard. We'll be talking about the build and, man, they do such a good job of hooking you in. They do such a good job of making you desperately want to see what's coming up next. So absolutely all credit to Jake Paul and KSI. They have planted the seeds for an absolute mega match. So yeah, absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. Let me know your thoughts in the chat. What did you think? Was you impressed with Jake Paul? Do you know what? I think Jake Paul did well. Okay, I'm going to give him kudos. I think he did well. I don't think we actually saw a great deal from Jake Paul. I think he was tidy. I think he was calculated. I think that he found the shots that he needed to find. I think he did all of the things that we were expecting. I think rather than be impressed with Jake Paul, I'm disappointed with Anderson Gibb. I think Anderson Gibb just looked completely at sea. He was losing his footing on a regular basis. He was eating too many shots, but we knew that his defense was poor. The thing with Anderson Gibb is his best form of defense is attack. And every time he was going forward, he was just getting clipped too many times. And because he was like losing his footing as well, he just didn't look composed. He didn't look right. And I think all of that added up to the fact that the referee then looked at it and went, well, look, you can't go on. There's no way forward for this. You're clearly out of your depth. So I think rather than be like blown away with Jake Paul, I think I'm just really disappointed in what Anderson Gibb actually brought to the table. I don't know if it was the wrong strategy. I don't know if he was just outclassed. But yeah, I mean, clearly it did not go to plan for him. But, well, look, the result is that we are now going to get an absolute dream match. An absolute dream match. Jake Paul taking on KSI. KSI was like, yeah, I'll do it, but it's going to be on my terms. So it looks like that fight is coming up. So if you are just joining us, Jake Paul manages to beat Anderson Gibb. In the first round. Incredible. There's going to be a lot said about this. It's not going to be a great time for Anderson Gibb, in all fairness. He did not do well at all. Let me see. Jake Paul won. He did. Who won? Jake Paul. I've got it scrolling along the bottom. Jake Paul beats Gibb. That's the headline. He'll be certainly going out and celebrating on that one. Right, I think we're moving on to our next fight. Of course, people will be... Oh, hello, hang on. No, we're actually talking about Kobe Bryant first. So, they're just taking a second out of this to remember Kobe Bryant. I wonder if they'll do something at the Super Bowl. I wonder if there'll be some kind of mention at the Super Bowl. They're just talking about the fact that what he achieved. There's a graphic on screen. Condolences, thoughts and prayers, obviously to the Bryant family. So they want to ring 8 bells for Kobe. They're saying that 8 was the number that he wore when he first came in. So, of course, we will observe that silence. And there we go. So 8 bell salute for Kobe Bryant. Emotional stuff, man. That was did Jake win? He did. Yes, Jake won. Round 1. And we're at the main event of the evening. It's been quite a long evening, actually. I mean, yeah, didn't expect it to go on as long as what it has. But we are at the main event, and this is a big night for Keela. He's taking on the current WBO middleweight champion. So Demetrius Andre is heavy favourite for this. I mean, we could have an early knockout again here. This might not be. We might not be messing around. 28 fights, 28 wins, 17 knockouts. Demetrius Andre is really one to watch. There's a few criticisms that he's not really fought anyone yet, but he's now taken on Luke Keela, who's got a good record of 17-2. He's coming out with a Darth Vader mask on. This is for the WBO Middleweight Championship. But everyone that joined us, if you are leaving, which I totally understand, because of course everyone was pretty much waiting around to see the fight between Jake Paul and Anderson Gibb, then I really, really do appreciate you guys joining us. There has been some real beef between these two. There's been some real online beef. Andre is a really good fighter. The criticism is that he hasn't really fought anyone. He's making his way out now. Again, if anyone is joining us, maybe didn't see the news, Jake Paul beating Anderson Gibb in the first round. And then KSI getting into the ring. And yeah, it seems like we are on course for a collision there between those two. Good night, Callum Jess. Jake won, Zion. It looked like he slipped in the first and second knockdown. The third I will give to Jake, but just the first one 100% shouldn't have counted. Second, kinda. Third, yeah. But I'm just saying. Yeah, Notorious Nightmare, I agree. I mean, Jake Paul, 100% deserved the win. I think he would have gone on to have won anyway. So I've got no real criticisms with the stoppage per se, but I do still feel like it was a little early. I think the ref had probably seen enough to know that Gibb was out of his depth, and that Gibb. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know what would have happened if they'd have got through round 1. Gibb had gone back to his corner, and if they'd have just tweaked the strategy a little bit, because I do feel that a large part of the problem was that Gibb was losing his footing. And he just was stumbling around. He was like ducking down. So the thing was that Gibb was trying to avoid the jabs from Jake Paul. So he would duck down, but he would duck down and Jake would come forward. So Anderson Gibb was like ducking down and having to move back. And it just seems like he hasn't mastered that, because it would result in a stumble. And he would then stumble back. And he'd like then lose himself for a second. He'd have to try and compose himself. Might end up on the wrong end of a few shots, or, you know, just aesthetically it doesn't look great, him stumbling around the ring. So I think it all just kind of added together, and the ref was like, let's get this clown out of here, you know. Anderson Gibb was like a clown doing clown things. Yeah, I do feel like Jake Paul would have got the win eventually. Just for me, I would have liked it to have gone a little longer, maybe got through the first round, see what they could have changed. if his corner had spoke to him at half-time, you know. But look, it is what it is. Jake Paul deserved the win, and we move on to what will be a real tasty fight coming up between him and KSI. Right, we've got both of our main eventers in the ring. Jake will die by KSI. Open Wide, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you for joining us. As we said, if you're a fan of UFC, we're here every week for that. If you're a fan of WWE, well, we pretty much live it. And if you're a fan of these YouTube boxing events, we will be back whenever the next one is. I mean, we will be back for the next big boxing event, which I think is probably Deontay Wilder against Tyson Fury. Yeah, we've got a great little community. And I really do appreciate everyone joining us there, holding up all the belts that Andrade's got. He is a great fighter. Gives his trainer a little kiss. Right, Andrade, he can be a tricky southpaw. He is an American. There's criticism he hasn't really fought anyone of note. He's a little bit older, in his kind of early 30s. Luke Keeler, Irish. He's suffered a couple of losses, but he actually suffered those losses whilst he had. So, yeah, he is someone that I think on his day would be an interesting opponent. But it would have to be the perfect day. And honestly, I think this is going to be a walk in the park for Andrade. Andrade is such a hit. Oh, Keeler went down. Keeler went down in like 10 seconds. And I think he's showing the ref that he's all right. That is insane. 9. He says, are you going to get up? And he does get up. That was crazy. That was crazy. He got knocked down, and he, quick strikes coming in from Andrade. No knockdown, the ref says. That was no knockdown. He just lost his footing. This is a crazy fight. We said that Keeler, if on his day, might prove to be an interesting opponent, but it would have to be the perfect day. And Andrade is just having his way at the moment. His shots seem to have such power. Keeler, within 10 seconds, knowing what he's facing, already getting knocked down. Keeler backed into the corner. He's done well to survive the first minute. Yeah, just under 2 minutes, and Keeler's going to do well to get through the first round here. He's going to do very well to get through the first round. Strikes coming in. 1 minute 30. We're only halfway through round 1. Halfway through round 1. Keeler, though, getting a few shots off of his own. Andrade kind of settling down a little bit. But, oh, that was a nasty left hand. Right hand jab. Big overhand left. When he throws with such venom. Andrade. Such venom. This guy is the real deal, man. This guy looks like $1 million. I mean, granted, he's in there with someone that maybe shouldn't be in there. Andrade is heavy favourite. Minus 3,300 favourite. Swinging around, couple of jabs coming in. Only 40-odd seconds to go, so amazingly, Keeler's already done better than Anderson Gibb. Oh, nice Keeler coming forward. Little flurry, 26 seconds to go. Couple of jabs. Keeler actually ending this round not too bad. Swing and a miss. Roundhouse by Andrade. And I think we're getting to the end of round 1. And Keeler actually staying in there a little bit more now. Respect. Who won? Jake won. R.I.P. for Gib. Yeah. KSI. 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 We said at the start he's going to be the real winner, and he absolutely was. He absolutely was. Oh! It's the replay. I thought they'd started round 2 and he'd gone down again. They're just showing the first 10 seconds of round 1. It's straight left. Oh, it's lovely. It's lovely. Beautiful. Certainly sent a message. Okay, looks like we're good to go. No matter what people say, I'm still proud of Gib. Gib actually disappointed us all. Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree. I think it was a big fight. I think that Gib looked completely at sea. I do think the fight was stopped a little early. But, yeah, I do think that he kind of got a little bit exposed, is the truth. It does kind of pain me to say that, because I did think that he would be able to... I thought he would be able to bring the storm to Jake, keep Jake back, and Jake would get a few moments in each round. And the question was, for me, if Gib could take those moments and move forward, then I would have confidence that he would be able to get through to the end of the fight. Truth was, he couldn't weather those moments. There was a few moments in that round, he got put down during them, and the ref was like, well, I've seen enough. We've got a headlock now. There's a headlock. Keeler's got a headlock on Andrade. Referee breaks them apart. We're into the second round. Of course, this is our main event. 12 rounds for the WBO middleweight title. Break apart again. What's so interesting? Gib sucks. Gib lost in the first round. Marvin, he did, yes. No one knew who KSI was till Logan gave him clout. No, I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm pretty sure when they fought, he had 12 million subscribers. Nice left hand by Andrade. Keeler still in there. Keeler doing so well, considering he had to weather that early storm. Don't forget as well, Andrade here in this fight, Andrade is minus 3,300. That means you have to bet 3... Oh, he's put Keeler down! Keeler's down! It looked nasty as well. He's on his knee. He looks right at the ref. Shakes his head. He gets right back up. He tells the ref he's happy to continue. We got 20 seconds. Keeler's going to have to weather a storm here in round 2. And he is throwing back to try and weather that storm. Keeler doing whatever he can. Some big shots coming in from Andrade. Keeler needs to just clinch. Needs to grab hold. Just see out the round. Big shots coming in by Andrade. And he does make it to the end of the round. I tell you, Keeler has been kind of doing all right. Standing his ground. Doing what he can. It's just been a couple of moments where he's been put down. They're saying you've got to be first. They're trying to give him advice, but he is out of his depth. As we said, if you bet $3,300 on Andrade, and you won, you would get that money back, and you would make $100. That's how much of a favourite he is. You've got to bet $3,300 to get 100 back. Gib can't fight. Jake won't stop asking. Well, I mean, look, KSI got in the ring and said he'll do it, but it'll be on his terms. So there's already a sort of verbal agreement there. Both got nice little jabs coming in from Andrade. Keeler being backed up against the ropes, and again, Keeler throwing some shots in. I tell you, it's been a really interesting night. We had the emotion of the first fight where, you know, we got a new champion. We saw history. We saw history in the first fight. The joint fastest person to get 2 belts. And he did it in his 8th fight. A lot of emotion in that. Second fight, obviously that nasty cut from Diaz. Joseph Diaz with a massive nasty cut. And he managed to continue and win. He became the new IBF junior lightweight champion. Then we got all the drama of Jake Paul and Anderson Gibb. And now we're at our main event, and it doesn't look like Keeler's going to be able to last for long. He's already been put down a couple of times. I do think Andrade is going to have too much. But look, Keeler's still in there. Still trying. Couple of shots coming in by Andrade. He does just look different class. He does just look different class, this guy. Like him. Who won? Jake Paul. Round 1, baby. Round 1, baby. Keeler standing his ground. Not really throwing anything. He's just in flat-out survival mode at the moment, I think. He's still got a minute to go in this. I don't see how he's going to win it. Because all 3 rounds easily have gone to Andrade. Easily gone to Andrade. 2-2-2 in the chat, settling down. Yeah, I mean, like, there's no doubt what the real main event was. This certainly was not it. The real main event was Jake Paul. Jake Paul versus can't even remember his name anymore. He doesn't deserve a name. Anderson Gibb, of course. Who will be really, you know, joking aside, he will be really disappointed. Really disappointed. He got 2 victories at amateur level, and he's lost his first professional fight, and against Jake Paul as well. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Andrade standing in the centre. We got 11 seconds left here. We're going to go into round number 4. Do feel like a KO is going to come. You do feel that Andrade will find a way. And there we go. Might dye my hair purple on Friday or Saturday or Sunday. What's a TKO? It's called a technical knockout. So a TKO is when the person wasn't actually put down and put to sleep. It's basically where the referee comes in and says, "Nah, you're done. You're done. There's no point going on. You're on the verge of being knocked out." It's a technical knockout. This guy is so close to being knocked out. I'm ending this fight. So it wasn't a knockout. It was a technical knockout. The referee stops the fight. TKO. So, yeah, you know, it's not as if Gibb was put down and put to sleep. But certainly the referee feels and felt that if the fight was to continue, then he would be. And honestly, watching it, I would probably agree. Right, they're saying that we're... Oh, I should be changing all this. I think it's still... Oh, it doesn't say anything. I thought it said round 1, but it doesn't. Right, we're actually into round 4. We're into round 4 now. Andrade so far ahead. He's probably already thinking about what he's going to have for dinner. Daze, do you think that KSI would win? Well, it's a tough one, to be honest, because we didn't really see what Jake Paul was capable of. I do think that KSI isn't really as calculated. I think, actually, Jake Paul is very calculated. I think that he really is trying to learn to box properly, using the jab and finding the right shots and working angles and good footwork, or certainly better footwork than Anderson Gibb. So I do think that Jake would be a tougher challenge than what Logan was. Jake and KSI are about the same size. And I think it'd be a real good fight. And honestly, Jake might edge it. I think it'd be really close. I think it'd be a huge fight. Biggest fight we've had so far. No doubt. No doubt. Biggest fight we've had so far in this kind of YouTuber world would be the Jake Paul KSI fight. No doubt about that. Shots coming in. Big shots coming in by both guys. And Keeler doing really well. I thought Keeler would be down and out by now. Really did think that he would be down and out. Strike to the body. Nice little left-hand jabs coming in by Keeler. The problem he's got is he's so far behind. It's got to be really difficult. You kind of feel like Andrade is just trying to find the knockout blow. That's what Andrade is doing. ...40-odd seconds, 45 seconds. So, in answer to your question, I think it'd be very close. And after this performance, maybe because we've just seen this performance, I might be leaning towards Jake Paul. When I saw Gib nearly crying, I was about to cry. Shout out to the Sunny Wolf. Who did you want to win, says Damien Cole. I was really torn, to be honest. I suppose I personally wanted Gib to get the victory. But my head wanted Jake Paul, because I just think that fight, Jake Paul KSI, I think would be an exciting build. I didn't know where we were going to go after this fight. If Anderson Gib had won, I don't know what would have been next. Now I know what's next. Next, Jake Paul KSI, and there's no reason why we can't have that this year. You would think. KSI says it'll be on his terms. Give him 3 months to prepare. Maybe a little longer, but I think 3 months would be enough. You could do it in the summer. He'll probably want it in the UK, I would imagine. So it could be O2. I mean, if with the right, could they do Wembley? Could they do Wembley? They could do the O2 for 20,000. Could they do 80,000? Could they do 80,000 people, those two? If you think about all the subscribers they've got, the millions and I mean, like, Jake Paul has got 20 million subscribers. You would say this is the biggest fight so far. Part of me wonders if they could do Wembley. I think they could easily get 20,000. They could easily sell the O2. Easy. Could they do Wembley? Don't know. If the tickets are right. Tickets are right prices. Build up the card. Put some other little tasty fights on there that will bring people in. Good. I don't think it can be a whole card of YouTubers. I think you'd have to put on some real fights. Andrade has thrown 160. Keeler has thrown 130. The problem is that Keeler's only landed 10. He's only landed 8%. Andrade has landed 35% of his shots. So, amazingly, we're in the 5th round and Keeler is still standing in there. We said he's a tough guy. He's a tough guy, but he's definitely well down on this. Days, what's your favourite flavoured toothpaste? No idea. Days, Wembley is 90 plus 10 on the pitch. 100 under the arch. Nah, I mean, I'm pretty sure when... oh, I don't have my phone. When Anthony Joshua boxed, I don't think it was that high. Joshua versus Klitschko. Wembley. Let's have a look. It'll probably be on Wikipedia. Anthony Joshua versus Vladimir Klitschko at Wembley. has it got? Where is the attendance? Build up. Fight details. 90. They had 90,000. Doesn't have an exact number, in all honesty. It just says 90,000. Can't imagine it was 90,000 exactly. But in all fairness, you wouldn't need to sell the thing out, would you? You wouldn't need to... I'm not saying fill Wembley. If you get 80,000... If Anthony Joshua versus Vladimir Klitschko got 90,000... If you can draw a crowd of, say, 80,000, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. That's like a normal football match at Wembley. 80-odd thousand. So 80,000 is absolutely fine. But could they do it? That's the question. I think they could do 20,000 with their eyes closed. But I couldn't tell you what a realistic number was. I honestly don't know. But I feel like you couldn't really get any bigger YouTubers. I mean, maybe PewDiePie versus T-Series. But honestly, I think Jake Paul, for his notoriety and for what KSI has achieved, I really do feel like they could have a real good stab at Wembley. They'll have to crunch the numbers and see if it's possible. They'll know what the demand was for Logan KSI. Like both events and the demand for this. They'll know what the buy rates are. They'll know the numbers. Right, we're still in there. We're still going. This fight is still underway, amazingly. Alright, let's see if I can get to... Where's the chats again? Mad, but yeah, the West Ham Stadium is a good shout. Oh, that is a good shout. That is a good shout. What is the Olympic Stadium now? Olympic Stadium. I really do feel like they should be in a stadium. I really do. London Stadium. The Olympic Stadium has got a capacity of 79,000 for concerts, 66,000 for seated sports events. You might have called it. The London Stadium, also known as the Olympic Stadium, where the 2012 Olympics were held. That's actually the home of West Ham Football Club now. Well, if they could get that, then they could... That's, you know, easy to get to. It's got great transport links. It's in London. It's a stadium. It's where the Olympics were held. And you can have a seated sports of 66,000, which I think would be achievable. I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I would feel like that was achievable. We are still in round 6 here for this. Can we all take a moment to realise Denji fought better than Gip? That's very true. I do think that Jake Paul's probably developed quite a bit, though. I will say that. Why was the other fight not the main event? I think that it's because this is for the WBO middleweight championship, and this guy Andrade is not going to be playing undercard to Jake Paul. You know, this guy is like one of the great prospects out there. He's got a record of 28 fights, 28 wins, 17 by KO. When it comes to boxing, this guy is like the real deal. There's a bit of criticism that he's not really fought any names. And actually, you know, we're seeing now against Keeler that he's doing well. I mean, he's definitely winning the fight, but he's not put Keeler away yet. Real surprise. FanChat TV says Jake Paul has miles better ring IQ than Logan. Snappy jab, great overhand right. If KSI flails his arms, Jake Paul will clock him. Really good point. And he will flail. We saw that. There was a fair bit of flailing from KSI. I don't think you could watch KSI Logan 2 and say that KSI was crisp and precise. There was a degree of flailing. Which is why I do agree that Jake was more calculated, had a better ring IQ. A really good comment from Fan Chat TV. Shout out to those guys. Madupt says, yeah, I thought the Olympic Stadium would be a great fit. I also think Tottenham could be a great shout as well. Yeah, I mean, thankfully, because of the football, we are a small country, blessed with some fantastic stadiums, loads of stadiums. You know, I mean, like, you could even do somewhere like St Mary's in Southampton, which I think you're looking at about 30,000. But again, it's a stadium. I think there's prestige in a stadium. The O2 is cool. You know, the O2 is iconic. Everyone around the world knows about the O2 and the tent, and, you know, it's a cool venue, you know, the Millennium Dome. But I do think there's something really cool about saying that your fight sold out a stadium. And I think they could. I really do think they could. Right, we're into round number 7 with this fight. Of course, we will end the stream as soon as the action for the evening is over and we know who the winner of this one is. I am very intrigued. I mean, it's Andrade. I'm pretty sure it's Andrade. Be one of the biggest upsets of the year if it's going to be Keeler. But it's quite nice, actually. I think they've done a very good job of introducing us to some new talent, you know? This is what I'm saying. Like, we saw Diaz. I mean, what a warrior Diaz was. He had that cut above his eye. He just kept going. So, nothing but respect to Diaz. And then, obviously, earlier we saw Akhmadaliev, who became the new super bantamweight WBA and IBF champion. And now, you know, we're seeing the heart of Luke Keeler doing the Irish proud. And Andrade, Demetrius Andrade, who is a really great prospect. So I think the YouTube fans will be satisfied because they've got something to talk about, you know. Jake Paul destroyed Anderson Gibb. And I think boxing fans will be happy because they've seen some good fights. And we've all been introduced to some new fighters that maybe we didn't know before. That's what I'm saying about everyone wins. And it's set up a massive fight in the future, Jake Paul versus KSI. So everyone's winning. It's lovely. What a lovely way to spend a Thursday night. Jabs coming in from Andrade. We've got a minute left. Keeler standing his ground, you know, just looking very comfortable. Andrade just, for whatever reason, hasn't been asking the questions that he was in the early stages of the fight when he really did have Keeler rocked. He really did have Keeler in a lot of trouble, but Keeler, very comfortable. Very comfortable. Jab coming in by Andrade. Can't believe that Gibb won. Yeah, the time for talking was over. Good night, Anadors. Thank you for joining us. Imtiaz says, how about the King Power Stadium for Leicester? Yeah, we're blessed, man. As we said, we've got lots of stadiums. Lots and lots of stadiums. I'm guessing that KSI might want to do it in London, so you might even want to look at, like, Crystal Palace, Millwall. Just have a look at some of those kind of stadiums, but yeah, we don't have a shortage of stadiums and various attendances. We are going to the 8th round. The 8th round. Madness. Madness! I can see that things have really settled down, which is nice. We got past the madness that was. So, yeah, I'm quite happy to talk about what... well, I was always happy to talk about whatever anyone wanted to talk about. See if I can bring the chat up. I live in Ontario, Canada. Stop by to say hello to Daisy Boy Smith. Shout out to Seth. Hope you're well, dude. Imtiaz says, I want to see Jake Paul versus KSI and Logan Paul versus Adam Salia. I don't know who that is. Who's that? What do they do, MTS? Keeler with some nice strikes. They're saying that if Keeler can just make it to the end of this fight, it'll be a real moral victory for him. So they know that he's outscored. They know that there's little to no chance he's going to get a knockout. So now they're just looking at, you know, can he hang on? Can he make it through to the end? That's where we are with this main event fight, which certainly started off with fireworks and then settled down as we moved forward. Seems like someone put something in the Europeans' water bottles. They are coming out wobbly. I don't know how long it takes to send them from the UK to US. Days, I want to know what would... Days, I wanted to know what you would do for a Clondil... What? I don't even know what that is. Nothing is the answer. Do you know what I haven't tried as well that the world has been going crazy for? White Claw. For months and months and months I've seen people talking about White Claw. And I finally Googled it last night because I wanted to know what it was. And I saw that there was like an Elders React, you know, the Fine Brothers thing. Elders React to White Claw. So I watched that video last night. And it's like alcoholic water, isn't it? Apparently, with like slight flavour in. It's meant to be quite refreshing. I haven't seen it here in the UK. I'm sure it will get to us eventually. But yeah, for some reason I thought it was like a lager. Like, I'm sure I've heard like guys saying, grab us another White Claw. So I've always presumed that it was like a red stripe kind of, you know, a beer lager kind of. It's a great name, White Claw. I will give him that. You don't know what a Klondike? I don't know. I've never heard of it. I don't think we have it. Is it a Klondike? Is that how you pronounce it? I haven't got a clue. It's a square vanilla ice cream with a chocolate coating. Okay. Square vanilla ice cream with a chocolate coating. Okay. I think we call them choc ices in the UK. When I was growing up, we had that vanilla ice cream with chocolate around it, and they were called choc ices. Super Bowl is it's on Sky Sports. Super Bowl this Sunday. There's a small part of me tempted to stream that. Just because I haven't got a clue. But I think I'll watch it. Man United versus Wolves this weekend. Burnley versus Arsenal. Tottenham versus Man City. All coming up this weekend. It's a big weekend of football, soccer and American. Don't forget Sugar is training Jake Paul. Remember round 2 versus Mayweather? Yeah. It's very true. I didn't think, though, that what Sugar was going to be saying to Jake Paul would be going in, if you know what I mean. Like, or there'd really be enough time for them to really put into practice the theories. But, I mean, look, you can see he looked solid. He looked composed. Little rattled maybe at the start when Anderson Gibb first came out, but I think that was to be expected. Anderson Gibb really does like to charge him. And so there may be a couple of moments where Jake Paul had to just kind of duck and dive and whatever, but hey, that's boxing. So yeah, it looks like Sugar Shane Mosley has done a great job. Round 9, another one that's gone the distance here. Another one that's really going. Every single fight, apart from the one fight everyone wanted to see, has gone super long. Wayne Gretzky never choked on the ice. The jingle goes, what would you do for a Klondike bar? Cool. They search Bret Hart. I'm with 2 T's. Days has the best streams. Well, it is always randomness. You can pretty much guarantee that. Shots to the body by Andrade. We've got 1 minute 16. We're in round 9. You can see that Keeler doing such a good job to just still be in this. Can't believe we've got to round 9. It didn't even look like we were going to get 10 seconds out of round 1. He just got caught, though. He really was rocked. Big left hand straight down the centre on the chin. But he took it. Keeler, he took it. He did stumble back against the ropes, and Andrade is trying to capitalise with a couple of uppercuts. Big shot to the body as well, and Keeler is in trouble. Keeler is in trouble here. He's against the ropes, but he's still swinging and clinching and doing whatever he can to survive. 30 seconds left on the clock. The referee's going to break them apart. Big strike coming in from Andrade again. 20 seconds on the clock and Keeler just surviving. Just surviving all the time. Andrade picking up points, picking up rounds, moving forward. Again, big shots coming in. Oh, he's wobbly. He stumbles back. The ref's called it. Ref called it. Ref's called it. That's disappointing. That's disappointing. Andrade with the victory. Chocolate tacos. Wow. Well, there we go. He's won it. He was heavy favourite. It took, I think, more work than he expected. But he has got the win. He was heavy favourite. He was like minus 3,300, as we said, so. Yeah, Keeler going over. The two of them embrace him. Right, friends. Well, look. The main event finished a long time ago. This pretend main event, it was just one that we wanted to stick around and see, but which we've done. And the favourite, Andrade, getting the victory in the... I can't remember if it was round 9 or round 10, but it doesn't matter. He's got the job done. And that is it. There's no real need for us to stick around anymore. Thank you so much for joining us. I know this was different. I really enjoyed it. I knew I would because I enjoyed the KSI Logan Paul fights. And obviously it looks like we might be getting Jake Paul against KSI coming